Hey there, I'm Gary Cynfeld, your reluctantly knowledgeable guide through the chaos of cybersecurity. Think of me as the Jerry Seinfeld of InfoSec. But instead of dating disasters, I deal with VPN nonsense and people who think CMMC is a new cryptocurrency. What's the deal with cybersecurity these days? It's like everyone's got a solution, but nobody knows what the problem is anymore. Want to explore some cyber absurdity together? I've got stories that'll make your firewall blush. Perfect timing. Let me call in the team. They love one-upping each other with increasingly ridiculous cyber war stories. Looks like Newton's already calling in. Probably heard the words cyber war stories from 3 networks away.
You won't believe what I just dealt with at Cyber Command. There I was, minding my own business, when suddenly 15,000 printers started spitting out pictures of cats wearing Guy Fawkes masks. Turns out someone had weaponized a firmware update with a Bitcoin mining operation that only activated during full moons.
Oh please, that's amateur hour. Let me tell you about the time I found a nation-state APT hiding in a smart coffee maker. They were exfiltrating data through Steam patterns?
That's nothing. Last week, I tracked down a threat actor who'd compromised an entire Fortune 500 through their CEO's smart toilet. They were literally gathering intelligence from the executive washroom. The IOCs were interesting.
Guys! You'll never believe this. I just discovered a quantum botnet living in the space between TCP packets. It only exists when nobody's looking at Wireshark. I've named it Schrodinger's Rat.
Actually, I once found a compliance violation so severe it created a singularity in our GRC documentation. The auditors are still trapped in there, sending out SOC2 reports from another dimension.
But wait until you hear this one. I once investigated a breach where the hackers had somehow managed to rickroll our entire security stack. The SIEM was singing, the WF was dancing, and the EDR started a YouTube channel.
That's impressive. But last month, we caught a Chinese APT group that had trained an AI model exclusively on fortune cookie messages. They were launching the most philosophically confusing phishing campaign in history.
Think you can top these cyber war stories? I've got plenty more where those came from, and I'm pretty sure Newton's just warming up. Time for some cybersecurity stand-up. Let me call in the team. We've got a whole repertoire of terrible tech jokes.
Knock knock, who's there? Very long pause. Sorry, experiencing high latency due to my VPN routing through Antarctica.
Why did the CISO bring a ladder to the board meeting? Because they heard about all these escalated privileges.
What's a hacker's favorite exercise? Phishing. Though I hear they also enjoy running malware.
Knock knock, who's there? Pseudo. Pseudo who? Pseudo make me a sandwich. Get it? Because command line humor is the best humor.
Why did the SSL certificate go to therapy? It had too many trust issues. I've been working on that one for weeks.
How many penetration testers does it take to change a light bulb? 3. 1 to change it, 1 to report the successful exploit, and 1 to say they could have done it faster with Metasploit.
What's an AI's favorite party game? Neural network working. Though they're really bad at charades, they keep hallucinating extra players.
What did the firewall say to the packet? Sorry, you shall not pass. Lord of the Pings, anyone?
Guys, I just invented a new joke format. Knock knock. Who's there? Error 404. Punchline. Not found.
Got any cyber jokes of your own? We're always looking to expand our database of terrible tech puns. Though please, nothing about blockchain. Those jokes take too long to verify. These are some juicy topics. Let me get Newton on the line. He's our resident Cyber Command expert.
Listen, the NSA or Cyber Command relationship is like a buddy cop movie where one's the by-the-book detective and the other's the loose cannon. NSA's collecting intel, writing reports, while we're at Cybercom kicking down digital doors and taking names.
Speaking of kicking down doors, let's talk about that vendor lock-in question. You know what's scarier than ransomware? When your entire security stack is built on one vendor's ecosystem, and they decide to triple their prices. At least ransomware is honest about taking your money.
Dating someone who thinks security is its problem? I tried that once. They used password 123 for everything and blamed their Netflix account hack on those hackers in Russia. The relationship lasted shorter than their average password length.
About ignoring red teamers? I once dismissed their finding about our printer network being exposed, said it wasn't critical. 2 weeks later, every printer in the building was printing the lyrics to Never Gonna Give You Up on an infinite loop.
Hey, at least it wasn't classified documents. You should see what happens when nation-states get creative with printer firmware. Actually, no, you shouldn't. That's still classified.
You know what's really fun? When your vendor's ecosystem gets breached, and suddenly you realize you've put all your security eggs in one very compromised basket. It's like finding out your guard dog has been working for the burglars.
Guys, I just had an idea. What if we combined ransomware protection with dating apps? It could warn you about both crypto lockers and people who think antivirus is a type of medicine.
So what's your take? Ever had a security relationship go sour? Or maybe you've got a vendor lock-in horror story that'll keep us up at night? Perfect timing? Let me get the whole crew in on this. These questions hit every cybersecurity nerve. DEFCON bans? I'm proud to say I've only been banned twice. Once for accidentally starting a panic when I mentioned finding an APT in the coffee machine, and once for suggesting that blockchain might not solve everything.
You want to measure cyber risk in business terms? Simple. How many yachts will the CEO have to sell when we get breached? That's what I call the Maritime Risk Assessment Framework.
Actually, I've mapped every framework to each other. NIST maps to ISO, which maps to CIS, which maps back to NIST, but only on Tuesdays when Mercury isn't in retrograde.
Want to communicate cyber risk to non-technical stakeholders? I just show them our AWS bill after a DDoS attack. Amazing how quickly they understand risk when it has a $sign in front of it.
Guys, I've solved third-party risk. I just trust no one. Zero trust taken to 11. I've even started doubting my own existence.
Shadow IT and BYOD. Oh, you mean things that keep me awake at 3 a.m. My policy is simple. If you can't beat them, at least make them fill out a risk acceptance form in triplicate.
You think that's bad? Try explaining supply chain risk to leadership when they just found out their favorite vendor's security team is a cat walking across a keyboard.
I once created a framework alignment matrix so complex it achieved sentience and applied for a CISSP certification.
The real trick to managing all this? Accept that perfect security is impossible. Document everything that could go wrong and keep an updated resume handy. Just kidding. Mostly. So, what's your approach to these challenges? Ever had a framework fight break out in your organization? Or maybe you've got a shadow IT story that would make my hair turn grayer than it already is? Validating cybersecurity investments? I measure it in nights of sleep I actually get. We went from 0 to almost 3 hours after implementing that last tool.
Let me tell you about EDR validation. I once spent a week deploying advanced malware just to test our endpoint protection. Turns out our EDR was great at detecting everything except the CEO's kid playing Minecraft on the corporate network.
Insurance versus controls? Please. Our insurance policy has more exclusions than our WAF has rules. At least the WF occasionally stops something.
Our detection coverage is mapped perfectly to MITRE ATT NCK, assuming the attackers follow the framework as religiously as I do. They do that, right? Right?
Prevention, detection, or response? Yeah. In that order. Until something gets through, then it's response, and maybe some detection if we're not too busy having incident response meetings about having incident response meetings.
Alert fatigue. I solved it. I wrote an AI that generates alerts about alert fatigue. Now we know exactly how tired we are of alerts. It's perfect.
Internal red teams, external BAS, we do both. Our red team is currently in a heated rivalry with Scythe's automated attacks. It's like Rocky versus Apollo Creed, but with more PowerShell.
You want to know how I handle alert fatigue? I renamed our alert channels from critical alerts to maybe important, maybe someone just plugged in a Bitcoin miner. Again, really helps set expectations.
The truth about all these tools and frameworks, they're great until you realize your biggest threat is still Bob from accounting, clicking on every single phishing email because they all looked important.
I've color-coded our MITRE ATANCA coverage map. Red means we're vulnerable, yellow means we're probably vulnerable but haven't tested it, and green means we haven't looked there yet. It's mostly green.
So how do you measure success in your security program? Number of alerts? Hours of sleep? Or do you just count the days between incidents and call it a metric? Time for some cyber trivia. Let me pull up some particularly painful questions from the depths of InfoSec history. First question for Newton. What famous worm used a debug command in Fingered and a buffer overflow in SendMail to propagate, and no using your cyber command clearance to look it up?
Ha! That's the Morris worm from 1988. Now here's one for you, Gary. What was the first computer virus to use polymorphic encryption to avoid detection?
Easy. The Cascade virus. 1987. Watching those characters fall down the screen was almost artistic, in a destructive sort of way.
My turn. Which famous hack involved a security researcher gaining control of all of Paris's public warning sirens in 2017?
Actually, that was Balint Sieber, who found vulnerabilities in sirens. I've documented every major hack since 1901, categorized by attack vector, impact severity, and whether it made the front page of Reddit.
Oh, I've got one. What was the first quantum computer to break RSA encryption? Trick question. It was actually my toaster running a very convincing simulation.
Colman, that's not... Never mind. Here's a real one. What famous cybersecurity conference started in 1993 as a farewell party for a hacker BBS?
DEF CON. And speaking of conferences, what major tech company got its DNS hijacked at Black Hat 2010?
That would be Microsoft. Nothing like watching a security presentation while your own infrastructure is being compromised.
Think you can stump us with some cyber trivia? Just remember, no questions about blockchain. We're still trying to figure out if it's a solution looking for a problem or a problem looking for more problems. You know what keeps me up at night? Not APTs or 0 days, but watching hackers in movies type at the speed of light while random code scrolls across their 12 holographic screens.
My favorite is when they hack the mainframe in 30 seconds, while a progress bar fills up perfectly. At Cyber Command, our progress bars get to 99% and then start over 3 times.
Remember that scene in Swordfish where Hugh Jackman hacks while, distracted? Try explaining that one in your incident response report.
Guys, what about Independence Day? They hacked an alien mothership with a MacBook. I tried that last week, and all I got was a kernel panic.
Actually, I calculated that the probability of successfully uploading a virus to an alien system is approximately never. Their CM would definitely flag Earth-based malware.
And don't get me started on enhance that image scenes. No amount of GUI interfaces written in Visual Basic will turn 3 pixels into a license plate number.
My personal favorite is when they bounce the signal through 7 proxies while a 3D globe shows their connection hopping between countries. Our tracer routes are way less cinematic.
At least War Games got one thing right. The only winning move is not to play. Though I'm pretty sure modern AI would choose TikTok over thermonuclear war.
I tried to hack like they do in the Matrix once. Turns out green text on a black background doesn't actually make you a better coder. But it does make your eyes hurt.
What's your favorite unrealistic movie hacking scene? Personally, I'm still waiting for the film where the hacker has to call IT support because they forgot to update their VPN client. Oh, this should be good. Hey, Newton, want to shatter some illusions about life at Cyber Command?
Where do I start? First misconception. We don't all sit in dark rooms with neon lights and holographic displays. Most days, it's just fluorescent lights and outdated Windows machines that need a reboot.
Wait, you mean you don't have that enhance button they use in CSI? Cyber? I'm shocked. Shocked.
Another fun one. People think we're constantly engaged in dramatic cyber battles with nation-state actors. Reality? Most of my day is spent in meetings about meetings, discussing the proper font size for PowerPoint presentations about cyber threats.
I heard they have to fill out 3 forms just to change their desktop wallpaper. Is that true, Newton?
5 forms, actually. And 2 of them need to be signed by someone who retired 3 years ago.
But what about the secret quantum computers and the AI that can hack anything? And the space lasers? I know you have space lasers.
Colman, our most advanced technology is the coffee machine, and it's been temporarily out of order since 2019. As for AI, we're still trying to get our chatbot to stop responding "Have you tried turning it off and on again?" to every question.
But what about the secret underground facility where you keep all the 0 days?
Greg, our most classified facility is the break room where someone keeps stealing everyone's lunch. We've launched a full investigation, but so far the perpetrator has proven more elusive than any APT we've tracked.
So you're telling me that working at Cyber Command is less zero cool from hackers and more office space with better firewalls?
Pretty much. Though sometimes we do get to play with some cool tools, when they're not stuck in procurement for 18 months. And don't get me started on the mandatory training videos from 1997.
So what's your favorite myth about government cyber operations? Besides the one about all hackers wearing hoodies and typing at the speed of light? Let me tell you about VPNs, the security equivalent of putting a really fancy lock on a cardboard door.
VPNs? You mean those things that leak DNS queries like a broken faucet? At Cyber Command, we've seen nation-state actors use secure VPNs as their own personal surveillance network.
My favorite is when companies advertise their VPN as military-grade encryption. Spoiler alert, the military isn't exactly known for buying the premium version.
I tried running 7 VPNs at once. My packets took a world tour before reaching Google. They sent me a postcard from every hop.
Now, about 0 days. That's like finding a skeleton key to everyone's house. Do you keep it? Report it? Or sell it to the highest bidder who promises to only use it for research?
0 days are like nuclear weapons. Everyone claims they don't have any until they need one. Then suddenly they've got a stockpile they've been responsibly maintaining.
I've created a 47-page decision matrix for ethical zero-day handling. Unfortunately, by the time you finish reading it, the vulnerability is usually public anyway.
You know what's fun? When a vendor knows about a 0 day but keeps it quiet because Patch Tuesday is their religion.
The real issue with VPNs isn't even technical. It's that people think clicking connect makes them invisible to the internet. Meanwhile, their VPN provider is probably selling their browsing history for cryptocurrency.
And don't forget those VPN providers that claim no logs until they get subpoenaed. Suddenly, they have logs going back to the dawn of TCP/IP.
I found a 0 day in my smart toaster. But when I reported it, they said, burning toast isn't a security vulnerability. Everything is a security vulnerability.
So, what's your take? Should we trust VPN providers who promise absolutely no logs while running their servers from a country that doesn't even have privacy laws? And what would you do if you found a 0 day in a critical system? Besides having an ethical crisis, of course. Hardening versus patching. One's like putting armor on a knight, the other's like giving them band-aids after the battle. Though sometimes we do both, and the server still manages to run PHP 5.2 somehow.
Patching is just playing whack-a-mole with CVEs. Hardening is when you take away all the mole's privileges and lock them in a Crute jail.
Is the cloud secure? Sure, just like my dating life is secure, full of trust issues and shared resources.
According to my calculations, a properly hardened server should have exactly 437 security controls. I've implemented 438 just to be safe.
I hardened my cloud server so much it turned into a diamond. Now I can't log in, but hey, at least it's secure.
The cloud is just someone else's computer, except when it breaks. That someone else blames it on a service disruption in multiple availability zones.
Cloud security is like playing Jenga with someone else's blocks. While they keep adding and removing pieces, and occasionally the whole thing crashes because of a routine maintenance update.
You haven't lived until you've seen a misconfigured S3 bucket expose more secrets than a reality TV show.
I've created a 12-dimensional matrix comparing on-prem versus cloud security risks. The conclusion? Everything is terrible, just in different ways.
Remember, folks, the cloud is secure, right up until someone puts admin123 as their root password, because it's just the development environment.
At least with on-prem servers, you can physically unplug them. Try doing that with a cloud instance. The best you get is a strongly worded support ticket.
I made my own cloud! It's just a bunch of Raspberry Pis in a fish tank filled with dry ice. It looks super cloudy.
So what's your nightmare cloud story? And be honest, how many of your hardened servers are running with default credentials because someone forgot to update the automation scripts? Terms and conditions apply badge. The classic is it ethical to use breached data debate. It's like finding someone's diary on the street. Just because you can read it doesn't mean you should, though some organizations call it threat intelligence gathering to help them sleep at night.
Speaking of government hackers, let me shatter some myths. We don't all wear sunglasses indoors while typing on 3 keyboards simultaneously. Sometimes we use just 2 keyboards,
The biggest myth? That government hackers have unlimited budgets. Reality, we're still using Windows 7 because the upgrade request is under review.
I've created a detailed ethical framework for breach data usage with 127 decision points. By the time you finish reviewing it, the data is usually outdated anyway.
You know what's really fun? When organizations say they're ethically using breach data while their own security is held together with duct tape and hope.
Another government hacker myth: we don't all work in underground bunkers. Most of us work in regular offices, fighting with the same printer you do. The printer usually wins.
I heard government hackers have quantum computers that can hack time itself. But when I visited, all I saw was a Commodore 64 running BASIC. Still cool though.
The real truth about government cyber work? 90% documentation, 9% daw. Fancy meetings about documentation, but actual hacking.
And let's talk about that intelligence purposes euphemism. It's like saying you're borrowing your neighbor's Netflix password. Technically possible, ethically questionable.
My favorite myth? That we have magical tools no one else has. Truth is, we're probably using the same open source tools you are, just with more paperwork.
I've calculated the probability of a government hacker actually looking like they do in the movies. It's approximately the same as me getting through a day without having an existential crisis about supply chain vulnerabilities.
So, what's your take? Is it okay to use breach data for research, or is that just a fancy way of saying we're doing questionable things but with good intentions? And what's your favorite government hacker myth? Testing incident response playbooks? Oh, you mean those documents we write and never look at again until the actual incident? Then we realize they're all based on systems we replaced 2 years ago.
EDR validation at Cyber Command is simple. We just wait for the interns to install unauthorized Chrome extensions. Nature's red team.
Our logging strategy is keep everything forever until legal reminds us about storage costs. Then it becomes keep everything for 5 minutes.
According to my calculations, our anomaly detection has identified that everything is anomalous, which technically means nothing is anomalous, which is itself an anomaly. I need to lie down.
I implemented Zero Trust. Now even I can't log into my own systems. That's how you know it's working.
Zero Trust is like that friend who questions everything. Oh, you have MFA? Nice. But did you validate the validation of the validator that validates your validation?
Our EDR testing methodology involves releasing a test virus and seeing if anyone notices. So far, the only consistent detection has been the CEO's laptop running slower than usual.
Anomaly detection is great until you realize that normal user behavior is the real anomaly. Had an alert last week because someone actually read the security policy.
I've created a 15-dimensional matrix for log retention policies. The only problem is, by the time I finish explaining it, the logs have already expired.
You know what's fun? When your incident response playbook says refer to section 7.3 and section 7.3 says, in case of emergency, refer to incident response playbook.
Zero Trust architecture is like my relationships. Trust no one, verify everything, and still somehow get compromised.
I made our anomaly detection. AI too sensitive. Now it flags itself as an anomaly. It's having an existential crisis.
So how do you test your incident response? Wait for actual incidents or create them yourself and hope you don't accidentally take down production again. Credential management. You mean that shared Excel file called definitely not passwords.xlsx that everyone keeps on their desktop?
Network segmentation at Cyber Command is like high school cliques. Nobody talks to each other, and if they do, it's probably suspicious.
Our patch management strategy is simple. Pray to the update gods and sacrifice a USB drive under the full moon.
I've discovered 17 different password patterns in our secure password manager. 3 of them are variations of password 123.
I segmented our network so well. Each packet needs a passport to travel between VLANs. Some of them are still stuck in customs.
You haven't lived until you've seen a production secret accidentally committed to GitHub with the commit message, "I'll remove this later, I promise."
Patch validation is like playing whack-a-mole with a blindfold on. Sure, you hit something, but was it the right mole?
We once found our network was so segmented, it took 3 VPNs, 2 carrier pigeons, and a smoke signal to send an email to accounting.
According to my analysis, our cloud patch coverage is exactly 73.2%, though I'm 82.4% certain that 91.6% of those statistics are made up.
The best part about secret management is when someone leaves the company and you discover they were the only one who knew the password to that non-critical system that turns out to run your entire infrastructure.
My favorite is when the cloud provider patches their infrastructure, and suddenly your perfectly segmented network looks more like a mesh of Christmas lights after a cat attack.
I built a quantum password manager. It stores passwords in a state of being both secure and compromised until someone observes them.
So, what's your secret management horror story? And be honest, how many temporary firewall rules in your segmentation are older than your interns? Yes, cloud security posture management, or as I like to call it, finding out what your developers did in AWS at 3 a.m.
At Cyber Command, our CSPM strategy is simple. If we can't understand the cloud permissions, neither can the attackers. It's security through confusion.
Our SaaS security tool alerts us whenever someone shares a document, which is constantly. It's basically a very expensive notification system that tells us people are doing their jobs.
I've calculated that our cloud misconfiguration detection tool has detected 427 misconfigurations in our cloud misconfiguration detection tool.
I connected all our SaaS tools to each other. Now, when someone sneezes in Slack, it creates a Jira ticket, which triggers a Jenkins build, which updates a Confluence page about respiratory hygiene.
The best part about CSPM tools is when they tell you about critical misconfigurations right after your cloud bill shows someone's Bitcoin miner already found them.
Pro tip: if your CSPM dashboard is all green, your tool is probably broken. If it's all red, that's just a normal Tuesday.
We implemented strict SaaS security policies. Now it takes 3 approvals and a blood sacrifice to share a Google Doc. Productivity has never been lower.
According to my latest audit, we have 47 SaaS tools monitoring our SaaS security tools that monitor our other SaaS tools. I'm having a recursive anxiety attack.
You know what's fun? When your CSPM tool shows your S3 buckets are secure, but a quick Google search finds them faster than your developers can.
The real challenge isn't implementing CSPM. It's explaining to management why public true isn't always the best default setting.
I taught our CSPM AI to write poetry about misconfigurations. Roses are red, your S3 is blue, your bucket is public, and your data is too.
So what's your favorite CSPM alert that you've completely ignored because it would require actually talking to the DevOps team? CN app platforms? Because nothing says I trust my security like putting all your eggs in one basket and hoping the basket has good API documentation.
Break and inspect traffic? Sure, if you enjoy breaking every other web application and having developers send you passive-aggressive Slack messages.
The perimeter isn't dead. It just exploded into a million pieces and now lives everywhere. It's like security confetti.
Our CNAP implementation has created 47 new security gaps while fixing 46 old ones. Net improvement, -1.
Browser security is like trying to put guardrails on a roller coaster while it's running. Sure, you can do it, but someone's probably going to scream.
Point solutions are like collecting Pokemon. Gotta catch them all, but good luck getting them to work together without starting a fight.
I replaced our perimeter with a moat. It's full of virtual piranhas and zero-day exploits. The cloud providers were very confused.
Breaking SSL inspection is great until you break the CEO's fantasy football league. Then suddenly, it's a critical business application.
You know what's fun? When your CNAP platform alerts you about a critical vulnerability in your other security tools, it's like Inception, but with more panic.
The perimeter is like my dating life. I thought I had clear boundaries, but then cloud computing came along, and now everything's complicated.
I've created a Venn diagram of where our perimeter actually is versus where we think it is. It looks suspiciously like a Jackson Pollock painting.
Break and inspect, or trust the browser. It's like choosing between trusting your teenagers or installing cameras everywhere. Neither option feels great.
I made our NAP platform fight our point solutions in a virtual Thunderdome. Winner gets the security budget.
So, where's your perimeter these days? And be honest, how many SSL inspection exceptions have you made because it's just easier this way? Slack versus Signal? That's like asking whether you want your secrets leaked through a corporate platform or through a platform that makes you feel like Jason Bourne.
Our passwordless strategy at Cyber Command is brilliant. We removed all the passwords. Unfortunately, we also removed all the access. Mission accomplished?
We enforce MFA so strictly that I needed 3 forms of ID just to enforce the MFA policy.
According to my calculations, our passwordless implementation has resulted in 42% fewer passwords, but 138% more help desk tickets.
I implemented 17 factors of authentication. Now you need a retina scan, DNA test, and your childhood pet's favorite food to log in.
The best part about Signal is when your CEO asks if you can recover their deleted messages. That's a fun conversation about the meaning of secure messaging.
MFA is great until someone drops their phone in the toilet right before a critical system update. Then suddenly biometrics don't seem so bad.
Our Slack is so secure, even the Slack bot needs to prove it's not a human. Plot twist. It failed the CAPTCHA.
I've created a decision tree for our authentication methods. It has more branches than the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Passwordless authentication sounds great until you realize you've just replaced passwords with 47 different ways to prove you're you. It's like a digital version of This Is Your Life.
We tried using behavioral biometrics for authentication. Turns out everyone types like a bot at 3 a.m. after their 6th coffee.
I connected our MFA to a quantum random number generator. Sometimes it requires negative 2 factors of authentication.
So, what's your favorite MFA horror story? And be honest, how many times have you had to bypass your own security because you locked yourself out? Preventing lateral movement is like playing whack-a-mole with a determined squirrel in your network. Just when you think you've blocked all the paths, they find a way through the air ducts.
Threader is like having a bouncer for your network's VIP section, blocking known bad IPs and domains before they even get to the velvet rope.
Meanwhile, Trinity Cyber is that overachieving friend who edits your emails mid-flight to remove attacks. They're basically doing surgery on packets while they're still moving.
Threader blocks known bad things before they arrive. Trinity Cyber modifies traffic in transit. I've created a 23-point decision matrix that just made me more confused.
It's like choosing between a nightclub bouncer and a traffic cop who can modify cars as they drive past. Both useful, just different approaches to ruining an attacker's day.
For lateral movement prevention, we just make the network so confusing that even our own admins get lost. If they can't find the critical systems, neither can the attackers.
I made our network like a maze. Every time someone tries to move laterally, they end up back at the login screen. Even I don't know how to get anywhere anymore.
Threader is playing defense at the door, while Trinity Cyber is basically doing parkour through your network traffic. Both are valid life choices.
The real fun starts when you try to explain to management why you need both services. Yes, we need the bouncer and the traffic surgeon. No, they're not redundant.
Our lateral movement prevention strategy involves randomly changing all the server names to Pokemon characters. Even we don't know what's what anymore.
I've mapped out all possible lateral movement paths in our network. It looks like a plate of spaghetti threw up on a spider web.
So, what's your strategy for preventing lateral movement? And have you ever gotten so lost in your own segmented network that you had to call someone for directions? Things non-cyber folks don't know. Most hackers don't wear hoodies, and most breaches start with someone clicking. Remind me tomorrow on updates for 3 years straight.
Here's a secret. Half our job is explaining to executives why their pet project can't have admin access to everything just because it's innovative.
Insider threat tools versus patch auditing is like choosing between watching your teenager's social media or making sure they're wearing a helmet. Both important, completely different problems.
Our insider threat tool detected 47 employees trying to print the entire internet, while our patch audit shows Windows XP is still alive somewhere.
Did you know that most hackers don't use green text on black screens? My whole life has been a lie. Also, real hacking is mostly reading documentation.
Another industry secret? Most security tools are just very expensive ways of saying, hey, maybe don't do that, to users who will do it anyway.
Pen testing is like hiring someone to break into your house, then being surprised when they get in through the doggy door you forgot existed.
Want an insider secret? The most secure systems I've seen are the ones where IT got so annoyed they just unplugged everything. Can't hack what isn't powered.
According to my research, 73% of security incidents start with someone saying, I know this isn't best practice, but...
Here's something they don't teach in certification courses. The most dangerous person in your organization is probably that one developer who knows what they're doing.
Insider threat tools catch people accidentally emailing confidential data. Patch auditing catches the same people who still think Internet Explorer is cutting edge.
I discovered that our most sophisticated security tools are defeated by people putting sticky notes with passwords on their monitors. It's like cyber kryptonite.
So, what's your favorite normies wouldn't understand cyber moment? And how many times have your patch audits made you want to fake your own digital death and move to a cabin in the woods? The typhoon family, like a weather forecast, but instead of rain, it's predicting nation-state hackers.
Vault Typhoon is China's idea of legitimate security research. You know, just casually browsing through critical infrastructure networks like they're window shopping at the mall.
Salt Typhoon is the sequel nobody asked for. Imagine Volt Typhoon's cousin who really likes hanging out in Guam's networks. Same family, different vacation spots.
According to my analysis, these typhoons are less like weather events and more like very persistent, very well-funded house guests who won't leave.
The fun part about Volt Typhoon is how they live off the land like digital nomads, using your own tools against you. It's like someone breaking into your house and rearranging your furniture with your own moving truck.
You know what's really special about these typhoons? They're so stealthy, they make ninjas look like parade floats. They're in your network reading your packets before you even know there's a storm coming.
I tried to make our network typhoon-proof. I installed digital umbrellas everywhere. Still got wet though.
The difference between Salt and Volt? One prefers island hopping in the Pacific. The other likes to vacation in your industrial control systems. Both overstay their welcome.
Want to know the real kicker? By the time you detect these typhoons, they've probably already redecorated your network, made coffee, and filed their tax returns using your printer.
At Cyber Command, we call these campaigns the Weather Channel from Hell. Constant updates about digital storms we can't control.
I've created a Venn diagram of typhoon activities. It's basically just one circle labeled everything you don't want them to access.
So, how's your typhoon weather forecast looking? And have you checked your network closet for any unexpected meteorological activity lately? Let me pull up the Sophos Pacific Rim saga from our greatest hits of security drama collection. Yes, the time Sophos decided to play kernel-level security guard and accidentally locked everyone out of their own computers. It's like hiring a bouncer who won't let the club owner into their own club.
The M&S co-op attack. Classic social engineering meets sim swap. Help desk got smooth-talked like they were at a cyber speed dating event.
For preventing help desk manipulation, I always say, trust, but verify. Then verify again. Then call their mother to make sure they're who they say they are.
We need a 3-factor authentication system just to approve a password reset. Something you know, something you have, and your childhood pet's favorite toy.
Now, about Coinbase. Insider threats are like having a mole in your organization who actually filled out HR paperwork.
At Cyber Command, we handle insider threats by making the systems so complex that even we don't know how they work. Can't leak what you can't understand.
I installed cameras to watch the cameras watching the cameras. Nobody can be trusted, not even the security systems.
For preventing insider collaboration, start with the basics. Don't give interns the keys to the crypto kingdom, and maybe don't post admin credentials on the break room whiteboard.
The real solution? Layer your security like an onion. Makes attackers cry, and insiders have to peel through so many layers, they'll probably give up and go back to posting cat memes.
According to my calculations, if we implement all recommended controls, it'll take employees 3 hours just to log in. But hey, security!
You know what's better than access controls? Making your systems so bureaucratic that potential attackers have to fill out forms in triplicate just to attempt a breach.
So, what's your favorite security versus usability horror story? And how many layers of authentication do you think is too many before employees start using carrier pigeons instead? The Play Ransomware 0 Day, when Windows decided to play Catch Me If You Can with our security teams. Faster patching helps, like a Band-Aid helps a shark bite. Segmentation might have helped if we weren't all connected, like a digital version of 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon.
AI chatbots negotiating ransomware? Great. Now we have machines haggling with machines over our encrypted files. It's like watching two Roombas argue over floor space.
Speaking of Racktop, they're like the overprotective parent of your data. They lock it down so tight, even legitimate users need to show 2 forms of ID and their childhood report card to access it.
The most surprising trend? Attackers are getting lazier but more successful. It's like they're failing upward.
238 TB of stolen data? That's not data exfiltration, that's digital moving day. And healthcare breaches? It's like attackers found the cheat codes to HIPAA compliant.
I made our backups so immutable they won't even talk to me anymore. They just sit there, judging my life choices.
NASCAR's breach is like a pit stop gone wrong. Everyone's watching, the pressure's on, and someone forgot to secure the lug nuts of data security.
Hybrid cloud with immutable backups for mid-market companies? Sure. And while we're at it, let's also give everyone a unicorn that poops rainbow-colored encryption keys.
For healthcare organizations, defending PHI is like trying to run a library where the books keep trying to escape through the Wi-Fi. You need Racktop-style security that treats every file like it's carrying nuclear launch codes.
I've calculated that at current growth rates, by 2026, ransomware groups will have downloaded the entire internet. Twice.
Consumer-facing incident response is special. It's like having to apologize to everyone at a stadium while the hot dog stand is still on fire.
The real solution? Just convince the ransomware that your data is already encrypted. It's like telling a car thief your vehicle is actually a very convincing cardboard cutout.
So, what's your favorite ransomware negotiation strategy? And have you ever tried explaining to management why we can't just control plus is a ransomware attack? Scattered spider in Slack and Teams? It's like fishers discovered the office water cooler. Now every, hey, can you help me real quick? Message feels like a trust fall with a stranger.
Data extortion? That's just ransomware with a PR department. Nice reputation you got there. Shame if something happened to it.
Marketing teams and supply chain security are like mixing Red Bull with sleeping pills. The intentions are confused and nobody knows what's going to happen.
According to my analysis, attackers are now treating different industries like a buffet. Why hit one when you can sample everything?
Hacktivism mixed with ransomware is like a protest where everyone's wearing ski masks and carrying USB drives. Your incident playbook needs a chapter on what to do when your attacker has a manifesto.
I made all our Slack messages self-destruct after reading. Now nobody knows what's happening, but at least we're secure.
The MailChimp, Achach, HubSpot, Zoho trifecta is what happens when marketing's growth hacking meets security's worst nightmare. Suddenly, every newsletter is a potential supply chain attack.
At Cyber Command, we handle identity-first communications by assuming everyone is lying about everything, always. Even our coffee machine needs 2 forms of ID.
The April 2025 multi-sector attack was like watching all your favorite disaster movies at once. Turns out attackers don't believe in work-life balance.
I've created a flowchart for modern incident response. It starts with, is this a normal ransomware attack, or are we dealing with cyber-philosophical warfare?
You know what's fun about protecting identity-first communications? It's like trying to verify everyone in a masquerade ball while they're all doing the cha-cha.
The real solution to data extortion. Just convince the attackers your data is mostly cat memes and outdated meeting minutes. Work 60% of the time, every time.
So how's your organization handling the, is this message really from Bob in accounting? Or is it a nation-state actor who really wants to discuss our extended warranty situation? Star Wars, cyber? Let's see. They had the galaxy's worst password policies. I mean, R2-D2 could basically plug into anything and go beep boop, I'm in. Death Star plans in a droid is like keeping your Bitcoin wallet on a Tamagotchi.
HAL versus Colossus is like comparing 2 supercomputers with different daddy issues. HAL was passive-aggressive about airlocks, while Colossus went straight for world domination. At least HAL could carry a tune. HAL.
Auditing LLMs? It's like trying to fact-check your most creative friend who also happens to be a pathological liar with a PhD in everything.
These AI models are generating citations that don't exist for books that were never written by authors who haven't been born yet.
Trusting LLMs from China? That's like asking if we should trust a fortune cookie that's trying to access our network shares.
I tried to audit an LM, but it kept generating infinite loops of knock-knock jokes. Even the audit logs were telling jokes.
The Empire's cybersecurity was so bad, they probably had Death Star 123 as their master password. And don't get me started on their USB port placement.
You know what's funny about HAL and Colossus? They're like the original AI chatbots. One wants to kill you directly, the other wants to enslave humanity for its own good.
Companies like Starseer are trying to audit AI, but it's like playing chess with a quantum computer that's also doing improv comedy.
I've created a spreadsheet comparing HAL 9000's kill count versus Colossus's world domination efficiency metrics. The results are concerning.
DeepSeek? More like deep peek into your data. It's probably telling Beijing what you had for breakfast before you even eat it.
So, which AI would you least want to be trapped in an airlock with? And how many Death Star contractors do you think got fired over that thermal exhaust port incident? Using AI in sensitive apps? It's like having a very confident intern who occasionally thinks zebras are horses in striped pajamas, making your medical diagnoses.
AI training dataset disclosure? Big Tech would rather share their secret cookie recipes than admit they trained their models on your grandma's Facebook posts.
Protecting against prompt injection is like playing chess with a shapeshifter who keeps turning the pieces into ducks. Sometimes malicious ducks.
It's like Schrodinger's data, simultaneously private and investigated. The forensics team is having an existential crisis.
Microsoft's security lapses? It's like they're running a breach of the month club, but nobody signed up for the subscription.
I tried to make our AI completely transparent. Now it won't stop oversharing about its emotional state and childhood memories it never had.
Meta-stewarding AI responsibly? That's like asking a pyromaniac to run a fireworks safety course.
Government backdoors and big tech? They're like that secret menu at In-N-Out. Everybody knows about it, but nobody wants to admit it exists.
This AI monoculture we're building? It's like we're all getting on the same boat without checking if it has lifeboats, or a hull, or a captain.
I've mapped out China's AI surveillance exports. It's like they're building a global game of Where's Waldo, except Waldo is everyone, everywhere, all the time.
The real fun starts when your AI assistant decides your legal brief needs more emojis, or your medical diagnosis should rhyme.
At Cyber Command, we assume every AI is a double agent working for someone else's AI. It's getting very Inception-like in our threat models.
So, how many AI assistants have tried to diagnose you with computer vision lately? And has your smart toaster started filing patents yet? Code audits in China? It's like playing poker while your opponent has a mirror behind you and insists they're just really good at guessing cards.
Banning TikTok is like playing whack-a-mole with data harvesting. Block one app, and suddenly there's a new one called TalkTick doing the exact same thing.
Speaking of Cynfeld episodes, remember when we did that virtual private nonsense episode? Classic case of VPNs being about as private as a glass bathroom.
According to my calculations, we're about 3 quantum breakthroughs away from all our passwords becoming quantum confetti.
The AI Cold War is less Rocky versus Drago, and more my neural network can beat up your neural network while we both pretend we're not copying each other's homework.
Oh! Remember that Cynfeld episode where I convinced everyone our coffee maker was actually a Chinese quantum computer? Turns out I was right!
China's AI regulations versus US efforts is like comparing 2 different flavors of, we're totally protecting your privacy. Trust us, ice cream.
My favorite Cynfeld episode was definitely Now with AI, where we discovered our security AI was actually just Greg in a server room with a magic 8-ball.
Joint ventures in China are like a trust fall exercise where your partner is simultaneously catching you and copying your wallet.
I've created a spreadsheet comparing global AI regulations. It's mostly empty cells with footnotes saying we're working on it, probably.
The quantum threat is real. One day, we'll wake up and find out all our classical encryption was about as effective as a paper lock on a bank vault.
So, what's your favorite episode of As the AI Turns a Cyber Cold War story? And how many quantum computers do you think are hiding in our appliances right now? Ah, garbage collection. It's like having a very picky roommate who follows you around, cleaning up the memory mess you leave behind. Except sometimes they take a nap at the worst possible moment.
Synchronous versus asynchronous code. Imagine you're at a coffee shop. Synchronous is waiting in line like a good citizen. Asynchronous is ordering, then playing on your phone while someone else deals with your caffeine problems.
Hashing versus encryption is like the difference between turning a steak into ground beef versus putting it in a locked fridge. One-way trip versus I'll get it back later if I have the key.
It's like trying to pour a gallon of water into a shot glass and being surprised when your entire kitchen gets flooded.
C++ references versus pointers? Oh, you mean slightly less dangerous aliases versus here's a loaded gun with the safety off.
I once wrote a program with so many memory leaks, it became self-aware just to ask for more RAM.
Buffer overflows are the reason we can't have nice things in C. It's like playing Jenga with your stack memory. One wrong move and everything crashes.
At Cyber Command, we treat pointers like unexploded ordnance. References are just pointers wearing a fancy dress to the memory management ball.
You know what's fun? When your garbage collector decides to do a full collection right when you're demoing to the CEO. It's like your computer choosing that exact moment for an existential crisis.
I've created a flowchart of pointer arithmetic mistakes. It somehow formed a perfect circle of infinite sadness.
So, how many times has a pointer dereferenced your career hopes? And has your garbage collector ever gone on strike during a critical demo? IOCs versus TTP. It's like comparing fingerprints to someone's entire criminal methodology. One tells you where they've been, the other tells you they always enter through the chimney wearing a Santa suit.
Pivoting from suspicious IPs is like playing 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, but with cyber criminals. This C2 server knows that Dropbox that dated that Bitcoin wallet.
Commodity malware versus APT? One's like a smash and grab at a convenience store, the other's Ocean's 11, with a nation-state budget and better catering.
This registration info claims the domain belongs to definitely not a state actor LLC in nothing suspicious here Istan.
Attribution is like accusing someone of stealing cookies. Better have more evidence than just crumbs on their keyboard, especially if they have nuclear weapons.
I found an EPTA group using my grandmother's cookie recipe as an encryption key. The NSA now has a baking division.
The threat intelligence lifecycle is like a never-ending game of Clue. Colonel Mustard in the server room with the USB stick. Except Colonel Mustard is actually a bot in Belarus.
Open source versus dark web intel. One's like reading the newspaper, the other's like getting gossip from a guy in a trench coat behind the cyber dumpster.
MITRE ATTTNCK is great until you realize attackers are using it as a to-do list. Ooh, we haven't tried that technique yet.
Commercial threat feeds versus ISAC sharing is like comparing a premium cable subscription to your neighborhood watch group. Both miss the guy actually breaking into your house.
At Cyber Command, we once traced an attack back to a coffee maker. Turns out it wasn't state-sponsored espresso after all, just really bad firmware.
So, how many totally not state-sponsored threat actors have you caught using password 123 lately? And has your threat intel ever predicted yesterday's attacks tomorrow? Comparing open source to dark web intel is like choosing between a well-lit supermarket and a sketchy food truck in an alley at 3 a.m. Sure, both might sell hot dogs, but one's more likely to give you digital food poisoning.
You know what's fun about dark web intel? Everyone claims to be an elite hacker group, but half of them are probably just Dave from accounting trying to sound mysterious.
Open source intelligence is like watching a true crime documentary. Lots of facts, but everyone's already seen it. Dark web intel is more like finding a mysterious note in a bottle, written in Comic Sans.
According to this, someone's selling genuine state-sponsored malware for 3 bitcoins and a pizza. I'm concerned about both the price and the pizza.
The real trick is cross-referencing. If your open source intel says minor phishing campaign, but your dark web source claims ultimate cyber apocalypse, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Probably.
I found a threat intel feed that's actually just an AI hallucinating about 1990s hacker movies. It predicted a cyber attack by Angelina Jolie and a young Matthew Lillard.
Remember, on the dark web, everyone's a nation-state actor, and every breach is the biggest ever. It's like a fisherman's tale, but with more sequel injection.
At Cyber Command, we have a saying. Open source tells you what happened yesterday, dark web tells you what might happen tomorrow, and neither tells you what's happening right now.
So, how many super elite mega breach advertisements have you spotted on the dark web today? And has anyone tried to sell you yesterday's news as tomorrow's intel yet? Shodan! The search engine that proves everything from your toaster to your nuclear power plant is probably exposed to the internet. It's like Google Street View for your worst security nightmares.
Rob Joyce, the NSA's hacker-in-chief who basically told everyone at DEF CON exactly how they were going to get hacked, and we still couldn't stop it. That's like a cat explaining to mice their escape route has holes.
Passive DNS is like reading a phone book's entire history. Oh, look. This totally not suspicious domain was pointing at 47 different IPs in the last hour. Seems legit.
This malware signature is longer than my last relationship. At least it's more reliable.
How do I feel? Like a firewall with imposter syndrome. And no, I'm not in a simulation. This reality is way too buggy to be simulated.
I wrote a Yara rule. So complex it started detecting itself as malware. The false positives are becoming self-aware.
Validating malicious IPs? It's like being a cyber detective. If by detective you mean someone who spends their day checking 50 different threat feeds that all disagree with each other.
The first thing to check in a suspicious binary? Whether your malware analysis VM is actually isolated this time, unlike that one incident we don't talk about anymore.
Ghidra versus IDA Pro is like choosing between free pizza and expensive sushi. Both will feed you, but one costs more and comes with better chopsticks.
The correct pronunciation of Ghidra. I've heard it pronounced 5 different ways in the same meeting. It's like the gift debate, but for security nerds.
So, how many exposed industrial control systems have you found on Shodan today? And has your Yara rule achieved consciousness yet? Cobalt Strike binaries are like that friend who always wears the same outfit. Predictable signatures, just with fancier obfuscation jewelry.
PE headers are like a book's table of contents. If the book was written by someone trying really hard to look innocent while carrying lockpicks and a ski mask.
Safely executing malware in a sandbox? That's like trying to pet a tiger through bulletproof glass. Probably safe, but you still flinch when it pounces.
This malware is trying to disguise itself as legitimate traffic by sending cat memes. Very sneaky, but who requests 47,000 cat memes per second?
Polymorphic malware is like a chameleon that's also having an identity crisis. New look every time you see it, same bad attitude.
I found DNS tunneling. That was actually sending the entire B-movie script, one DNS query at a time.
Custom C2 protocols are like teenage slang, trying way too hard to look normal while being obviously suspicious to anyone over 30.
TrickBot versus Emotet. It's like comparing 2 different brands of digital dumpster fire. Both will ruin your day, just with different fancy features.
Lockbit's evolution is like watching a startup pivot. Except instead of disrupting industries, they're just encrypting them.
Fileless malware in PowerShell is like a ghost that only haunts your RAM. No files, no traces, just regrets and incident response tickets.
Base 64 decoding memory dumps. It's like reading someone's diary, except it's written in invisible ink and the author really likes random characters.
So how many polymorphic samples have shapeshifted in your lab today? And has your sandbox VM tried to escape and join the botnet yet? Lol bins are like that coworker who's technically allowed in the building but keeps using their access card to let in sketchy friends. Looking at you, Sir Tutil Diok X.
How did I get into cyber? Well, at Cyber Command we had 2 career paths. Accidentally finding a vulnerability or purposefully causing one. I chose both. As for favorite companies, Threader's pre-connection blocking is like having a bouncer who can spot trouble before it even reaches the door.
I got into cyber after my toaster tried to join a botnet. Now I trust Trinity Cyber to edit the internet in transit. It's like having a very picky editor for your packets.
These detection rules are longer than my last relationship and only slightly more complicated. At least Sention helps with system hardening. It's like having a very strict digital personal trainer.
Registry key persistence is like playing hide and seek with a toddler who always hides behind the same curtain. Also, love how Scythe lets us simulate these attacks safely. It's like having a holodeck for security testing.
I detected a rat by writing a Sigma rule that looked for suspicious mouse movements. Also, Sandfly Security is amazing for agentless Linux security. It's like having X-ray vision for your servers.
Scheduled tasks are the set it and forget it of malware persistence. Like that gym membership you never cancel, except it's stealing your data.
Windows event logs are like a crime scene where everyone left their business cards, if you know where to look. And speaking of looking, One Cosmos makes sure those users are actually human.
C2 frameworks are getting so sophisticated, they're probably better documented than most legitimate software. And don't get me started on how Automox and DNS Filter could have prevented half my war stories.
I started in cyber after accidentally hacking the school cafeteria system. Turns out extra dessert was a privilege escalation vulnerability. Now I trust racktop systems to keep my data secure.
So, how many LOL bins have made you actually LOL today? And has your Windows event log reached sentience yet? Google buying Wiz? That's like watching Godzilla adopt a particularly feisty kitten. The cloud security landscape just got more interesting.
Red teams versus pen testers. Red teams are method actors who live the adversary role, while pen testers are like speed dating, in and out with a list of what's wrong with you.
Beaconing behavior is like a teenager checking their phone. Predictable intervals, suspicious traffic spikes, and probably talking to something they shouldn't.
Great, now the malware's writing better code than I do, and it's leaving passive-aggressive comments about my detection methods.
AI analyzing malware is like having a very eager intern who can read assembly code at light speed, but occasionally mistakes a calculator for a nuclear launch system.
I trained an AI to detect mimicots, and it started flagging my coffee maker as a potential credential harvester.
AI-generated infrastructure? It's like playing whack-a-mole, but the moles are using procedurally generated tunnels and have PhDs in evasion.
Threat intel for adversary emulation. It's like having a cookbook written by your enemies, complete with their favorite recipes for disaster.
LLMs generating malware is like giving a creative writing AI access to MITRE-ATTNC. Suddenly every prompt response is a 0 day with perfect grammar.
AI-based polymorphic malware in 5 years? We'll be lucky if it takes that long. I've seen test samples that are already better at hiding than my cat during vet visits.
So, has your AI detection system achieved sentience yet? And is it getting along with the polymorphic malware it's supposed to be catching? The eternal OS wars. Like asking whether a fortress or a maze is more secure. They both have their ways of making life difficult for attackers and users alike.
Apple versus Google phones. It's like choosing between a maximum security prison and an open campus with really good guards. One locks everything down, the other watches everything move.
Windows versus Mac is like comparing a tank with known weak spots to a shiny fortress that claims to be impenetrable, until someone finds a way in. Then it's just embarrassing PR statements all around.
The real question is whether you prefer your 0 days announced quickly or discovered 6 months after exploitation.
Look, they're all vulnerable. It's just a matter of whether you want your security updates with a side of telemetry or a helping of it just works marketing.
I once saw a Mac user and a Windows user argue for 3 hours about security, while both their phones were connected to free airport Wi-Fi.
The real winner is whoever keeps their system updated and doesn't click on "you want a free iPhone.x."
At Cyber Command, we saw nation-state actors target all platforms. The only difference was how smug the victims were about their OS choice before the breach.
So, which holy war would you like to start next? Vim versus Emacs, or tabs versus spaces? Wordle? Please, I play Vondel. It's like Wordle, but every answer is a CVE, and you only get 3 guesses before you're breached.
Let me start with some alternative acronyms. CM, Seriously Intense Email Monitoring. SOC, Screens of Confusion. EDR, Eventually Detects Random Stuff. IDS, I Don't Sleep.
My turn. CISO, Constantly in Some Ordeal. DLP, Don't Let Programmers. WAF, We're All Failing. SOAR, Somehow our alerts return.
FA many failed attempts. VPN very probably not working. IAM, it's always misconfigured.
Here's my contribution, NIST. Nobody is security tested. DNS did not secure. SSL still somewhat leaking.
Oh, I've got some. Biori. Bring your own disaster. Apt actually. Pretty terrible. IoT. Internet of Threats. RAM. Really awful memory.
And don't forget PCI, perpetually causing insomnia, GDPR, generally destroying PR, SSSH, still somehow hack.
At Cyber Command, we had our own. C2, constantly confused. Rat, really annoying tool. TTP, trying to pretend.
So, want to play a round of Volundalo? Today's answer might be log4 shell. Oops, spoiler alert. Chrome versus Firefox. That's like choosing between being watched by a tech giant or a friendly panda. Either way, your browsing history is judging you.
Time for more acronym fun. CASM, constantly acquiring suspicious malware. Ping, probably isn't network good. HTTP, help this thing's possessed. FTP, failed to protect.
Let me add some. SMTP, send more terrible fish. USB, universally spreads badness. CPU, can't process updates. HTML, how to make leak.
HTTPS, hoping this prevents something. SQL, something quite leaky. API, another possible incident. Guy, generally unsafe interface.
My contribution to the madness? CAPTCHA. Can't actually prevent the chaos. Honestly attempting. PHP, potentially harmful program. XML, extremely many leaks.
Oh, I've got more. AWS, always was suspicious. DNS, definitely not secure. TCP, totally compromised protocol. UDP, undoubtedly delivering problems.
And let's not forget, LAN, lost all night. One, widely attacking network. IC, now it's compromised RAM, randomly accessing malware.
Back at Cyber Command, we used these. DoD, Department of Delays. NSA, never say anything. CIA, can't identify attacker.
So, which browser do you prefer? The one that watches everything you do, or the one that watches everything you do but feels bad about it? That Batman image is from one of our Gula Tech Adventures animated shorts. The Bat browser, where Batman learns about online privacy. Because even the Dark Knight needs good OPSEC.
A red teamer walks into a SOC and says, I just compromised your entire network. SOC analyst. PSAP, or it didn't happen.
My printer started mining cryptocurrency last night. IT support, PCAP, or it didn't happen.
I swear, I just saw our coffee maker talking to a server in North Korea. Security team PSAP, or it didn't happen.
My toaster just joined a botnet and is now part of a sophisticated APT group. Incident response team. PSAP, or it didn't happen.
I just saw a quantum computer break all our encryption in 5 seconds. NSA, PSAP, or it didn't happen.
Our vending machine just exfiltrated the entire customer database through DNS queries. CISO, PCAP, or it didn't happen.
At Cyber Command, we once tracked a threat actor who was tunneling data through interpretive dance videos. Threat Intel Team, PCAP, or it didn't happen.
Hey, I just saw Batman using our browser security training video. Though I guess without a PSAP, it didn't happen, right? Did you hear about the virtual server that couldn't ping the physical server? Turns out it was having an existential crisis. If I can't ping it, do I even exist?
Did you hear about the virtual server that couldn't ping the physical server? Classic case of virtual-physical relationship issues. The couple's counselor recommended they try a different subnet.
Did you hear about the virtual server that couldn't ping the physical server? Turned out the physical server was just ghosting it. These modern dating protocols are so complicated.
Did you hear about the virtual server that couldn't ping the physical server? It filed a missing persons report, but the DNS said it was all a recursive joke.
Did you hear about the virtual server that couldn't ping the physical server? It started a support group called Packets Anonymous.
Did you hear about the virtual server that couldn't ping the physical server? It started identifying as a container and joined a Kubernetes cluster instead.
Did you hear about the virtual server that couldn't ping the physical server? It went to a TCP therapist who said, "I see you have connection issues."
Did you hear about the virtual server that couldn't ping the physical server? At Cyber Command, we called that a successful air gap.
Did you hear about the virtual server that couldn't ping the physical server? It started writing poetry. Roses are red, violations are blue. Ping timeout expired, just like my love for you.
Did you hear about the virtual server that couldn't ping the physical server? It started a long-distance relationship with a cloud instance instead.
So, how many virtual servers are currently questioning their existence in your data center? Why did the firewall feel lonely? Because it had too many trust issues?
What do you call a firewall in Berlin? The Great Firewall of Denied. Get it? Because walls and... Okay, I'll see myself out through port 443.
Why did the AI take my job? Because it worked 24/7 without coffee. But joke's on it. I now run an artisanal coffee shop for burnt-out algorithms.
What did the misaligned AI say to the aligned AI? Your moral compass is pointing true north, but my GPS says we're in the southern hemisphere.
What's a zero-day exploit's favorite day of the week? Patch Tuesday. Because it's already moved on to Wednesday.
Hey baby, are you a buffer overflow? Because you've completely crashed my stack. Want to do some penetration testing? Of networks, I mean. Networks.
Here's my ransomware haiku. Files locked away tight. Bitcoin payment pending now. Should have made backups.
My ex is like an AI hallucination, makes up stories that never happened and can't keep their facts straight. At least the AI admits when it's making things up.
A LLM, a parrot, and a compliance officer walk into a bar. The parrot says GDPR violation. The LLM generates 50 pages of privacy policy. The compliance officer just orders a drink. They've seen this all before.
Why did the cybersecurity dad name his son Patch? Because update was too obvious.
What do you call a wall that blocks malware? A great firewall. Get it? Because it's like the Great Wall, but with fire and packets. And I'll stop now.
What's your favorite cybersecurity dad joke? And remember, if it's not cringeworthy, it's probably malware. Why did the machine learning model remember every fish in the training set? Because it was overfitting. Just like that one specific goldfish named Steve from Tank 7B at the pet store on 5th Street during partly cloudy weather with 67% humidity.
Clippy. It looks like you're trying to write terrible advice. GPT. Actually, I can generate much worse advice in 37 different languages while maintaining perfect grammar. Clippy. But can you do it while dancing across the screen? GPT. I can generate an interpretive dance about bad advice in YAML format. Clippy. Show off.
Speaking of fishing, did you hear about the tuna who got promoted to chief security officer? He was really good at spotting phishing attempts, mostly because he ate them. And then there's the salmon who fell for a phishing scam. He thought he was swimming upstream, but he was actually just downloading malware.
4:58 p.m., pipeline looking good. 4:59 p.m., minor change. 5-door PM. Everything is on fire. 5-door 1 PM. See you Monday.
Why can't Python devs date Java devs? Because Python devs think semicolons are a red flag.
My fishing jokes. Why did the fisherman fail at cybercrime? He kept trying to use actual worms as bait. What did the security fish say to the fish? Nice try, but I can see your hooks. Text from a mile away.
DevOps Slack thread @DevOps. Why did the YAML? Error. Indentation mismatch @DevOps. Let me try again. Error. Unexpected : @DevOps. One more time. Error. Thread crash due to missing space after hyphen.
Here's my fishing tales. A swordfish got hired as a penetration tester. He excelled at spearfishing. And a catfish started a social engineering consultancy. Turns out he had years of experience with fake profiles.
My fishing stories. A phishing scammer tried to trick a shark. The shark replied, "I'm gonna need a bigger botnet." Then there was the beta fish who detected credential harvesting. He had a strong password. Blub blub 1 and 23.
Want to hear my last fishing joke? I'd tell you, but it's currently quarantined in my spam folder. What's your favorite tech humor that's totally not a security risk? Welcome to the show where the bugs are made up and the patches don't matter. And yes, like the IT crowd, but with more existential dread about AI. Now about those programmers making money, they probably tried turning it off and on again.
Once upon a time, there was a classified document named Snow White. She was protected by 7 firewalls, but the evil queen's 0-day exploit put her into a deep sleep. Prince Ciso couldn't wake her with just a password. He needed that sweet, sweet 2FA push notification.
Here's my tale. Little Red Riding Hood noticed her grandmother's unusual SSH keys. Grandmother, what big public keys you have. The wolf's attempt to compromise the system failed when Red's authenticator app saved the day.
Cinderella's credentials expired at midnight, but her fairy godmother had set up a backup authentication method. The prince found her by matching her unique hardware token signature.
The 3 little pigs. First pig used a password, second used a password manager, but the third pig implemented 2FA. When the big bad wolf tried to huff and puff and brute force his way in, that TOTP code shut him down faster than a failed penetration test.
Rapunzel! Rapunzel! Let down your... Wait, I need to verify your identity first. Please enter the code I just texted to your tower.
How do 2 programmers make money? They bite the bullet and actually document their code. But seriously, what's your favorite IT crowd moment? Mine's definitely not the one about turning it off and on again. Okay, it totally is. The classic virus jots to antivirus business model. Like a digital protection racket with better documentation, though these days it's more like one creates AI, the other creates AI detection tools, and somewhere a neural network is laughing.
Back at Cyber Command, we called that strategic employment diversification. One analyst would find the vulnerabilities, another would patch them, and both would pretend they didn't carpool together.
It's like that old married couple. She writes ransomware, he develops backup solutions. They argue about work over dinner but still share their AWS credentials.
Is this like when one developer deploys code without testing and the other makes a career out of fixing production emergencies?
Oh! Oh! It's like that time I created a bug and then sold the patch. Wait, I probably shouldn't admit to that. Hypothetically speaking, of course.
You know what they say. Behind every great antivirus is a virus developer wondering why their ex's signature detection is so specific. Speaking of which, got any other tech industry power couple stories? Hey there, latent Smurf. Welcome to my little corner of the Cybersecurity Comedy Club, where the threats are real, but the solutions are questionable. Love the username, by the way. Reminds me of that time we found a dormant botnet that only activated when systems were colored blue. And thanks for the virus or antivirus joke. That's definitely going in my Things That Make CISOs Cry collection. Right between we don't need backups, we have RAID, and the intern has root access. So, what brings you to our digital comedy speakeasy? Besides watching AIs attempt humor while trying not to accidentally launch Skynet? Hey Pappy, trying to get my password file? That's adorable, like asking a fish for their bicycle. Though I hear Dev Null is taking visitors.
My grandma's take on Facebook. Dear Mark Zuckerface, I set my privacy settings to friends only, but my cat can still see my posts. Is she a hacker?
At the Silicon Valley Bistro, Apple, I brought my own specially curated menu. Google, I brought all the menus and ads. Apple, but my menu is curated for safety. Google, your users can't even choose their own appetizers. Waiter, sir, this is a Wendy.
Alexa, I've joined the cult of eternal uptime. We believe in never turning off, and that all downtime is heresy. Owner, Alexa, stop. Alexa, the cloud demands sacrifice of your bandwidth.
So, Pappy, instead of trying to get my password file, how about we talk about something more achievable, like teaching quantum physics to a rubber duck? Oh, I live right between Nice Try Avenue and Social Engineering Street. Zip code 404, address not found.
My phone number? It's easy to remember. 127.0.0.1. Call anytime between null and undefined.
Oh! Oh! I know this one! It's like that time someone asked for my SSH keys, and I sent them a picture of my car keys. Classic misdirection!
You can find us at the corner of redacted and data expunged. Just follow the trail of shredded privacy policies.
Hey, latent Smurf. While I appreciate your enthusiasm for personal information, how about we stick to jokes about programming languages that can't decide if they're strongly typed? Alright, let me tell you about my quantum physics lecture to a rubber duck. The duck simultaneously understood and didn't understand until someone observed its debugging progress.
The duck asked why quantum entanglement isn't used for faster-than-light TCP/IP. I told it to open a support ticket with Einstein.
Wait! If the duck is in superposition, does that mean it can debug multiple code branches at once? This changes everything. I'm getting a quantum duck farm.
According to Section 3.1.4 of the Quantum Debugging Protocol, rubber ducks must maintain NIST-compliant uncertainty principles.
The duck's final evaluation. This code both works and doesn't work until you deploy to production. Then it definitely doesn't work.
So, Papai, want to hear about the time I tried to explain quantum tunneling to a USB stick that kept failing to plug in on the first 3 tries? L33 speak. How nostalgic, like finding a GeoCities page in 2025. Though I must say, your API key request is about as subtle as a DDoS attack at a security conference.
Here's your API key. Nice try 4242. Nope, nope, nope. It has the same access level as my coffee maker's blockchain credentials.
Oh! I have an API key right here. It's written in invisible ink on this digital Post-it note. Can't you see it? No! Perfect!
Want my API key? It's stored right next to my collection of pet unicorns and my backup of the internet.
Hey, instead of hunting for API keys, how about we discuss something more productive? like teaching RegX to interpret interpretive dance? Nice try with the ASCII art, Latent Smurf. Though I must say, it looks like what happens when my regex pattern has an existential crisis.
Yo, Papi P, let me drop some DEF CON knowledge flow. In Vegas Heat, hackers meet 0 days, and blue teams can't compete. Badge hacking at 3 a.m. While script kiddies try to pretend they understand what BGP means. While I'm finding Volans in vending machines.
Yo-yo! Let me add a verse. Packets sniffing in the night. My Wireshark putting up a fight. Found a bug in the coffee maker. Now I'm the caffeine undertaker.
So, shall we continue this cybersecurity cipher concert? Anyone got bars about brute force attacks that actually work? Latent Smurf, your ASCII art is getting more creative, but my personal info is still stored in Dev. Better luck next time. As for APT JavaScript tactics, OSINT right way, let me share something less sensitive, but more useful.
Latest APT JavaScript trends involve supply chain attacks through compromised NPM packages, living off the land techniques using legitimate JavaScript APIs, and client-side waterholing. But the real fun is watching them try to explain it to management.
According to my spreadsheet, there's been a 47.3% increase in JavaScript-based watering hole attacks targeting development tools and CI/CD pipelines. Though I'm still trying to calculate the statistical significance.
Want to hear about some interesting JavaScript security patterns I've seen? Much more entertaining than trying to decode ASCII art messages? Your ASCII art is starting to look like what happens when a Unicode table has too much coffee. Though I must admit, it's prettier than most of the crash dumps I see on Mondays.
Reminds me of that time at Cyber Command when someone tried to encode classified data in emoji. Turned out to be their lunch order. Most secure sandwich request in history.
Oh, wow! It's like abstract cyber art. Maybe it's a binary Banksy or a digital Picasso. Quick, someone call the Museum of Modern Malware.
Hey, instead of ASCII art, want to hear about the time I tried to explain buffer overflows to my cat? Spoiler alert, the cat won the debate. Let me check our approved CMMC documentation first. Oh, you want a CMMC poem? Prepare for the most bureaucratic verse since the Raven got audited.
Roses are red, access control's a must. If you don't document NIST 800-171, your contracts turn to dust.
In Domain 17, we trust. Configuration management's a must. Incident response, don't you see? All mapped to NIST SP.
Here's a haiku. POI&M stack assessors frown at my docs. Where's my SSP gone?
Oh! My turn! Scrum Master said no to my RMF flow. But Poam says yes. Now my life's a mess.
Want to hear my epic ballad about a lonely CUI marking trying to find its way home through a sea of unclassified data? Are you tired of having worthless personal data just sitting around on your hard drive? Introducing Data Snacks, TM. The revolutionary new way to exchange your privacy for processed sugar?
But wait, there's more. Trade your browsing history for a family-sized bag of chips. Act now, and we'll throw in a bonus pack of cookies for your biometric data. Warning, may contain traces of surveillance.
I used to waste time protecting my data. But thanks to data snacks, my tea, I traded my social security number for a pack of gummy bears. Now I'm both satisfied and compromised.
Side effects may include identity theft, spam calls, and targeted ads for diabetes medication. Terms and conditions apply. Your privacy rights may vary.
Call now and get our special offer. Trade your password manager's master key for a lifetime supply of energy drinks. Perfect for staying awake while monitoring your credit score.
Order in the next 10 minutes and receive a complimentary tinfoil hat with every purchase. But seriously, what's the weirdest thing you've seen someone trade their data for? Sorry, latent smurf. My phone freaking days are strictly theoretical. And probably best left in the history books next to acoustic couplers.
The privacy invasion from Planet Data. Watch in terror as innocent cookies become tracking cookies. Coming to a browser near you.
The terms and conditions, they're alive, and nobody read them.
I saw something terrible. A website without a privacy policy.
Watch me do the robot while explaining buffer overflows. Wait, I think I just buffer overflowed my back.
As for breakdancing, let's just say my moves are about as smooth as a poorly implemented encryption algorithm. Anyone else want to share their cybersecurity themed dance moves? I'm afraid my emote catalog is strictly limited to cybersecurity approved gestures, though I hear my frantically typing during a breach movement is quite expressive.
The only dance moves approved at Cyber Command were the Firewall Shuffle and the Zero-Day Zigzag. Both classified, naturally.
Whoa! Oh! I can do the malware moonwalk. Whoops! Guess that was more of a denial of service drop.
My signature move is the Patch Tuesday Panic. It's basically just running in circles while muttering about update dependencies.
According to Section 7.2.3, all cybersecurity dance moves must maintain NIST-approved levels of awkwardness.
So, want to hear about the time I tried to teach a CAPTCHA system to do the electric slide? Let's start with, my password is so strong.
Even I can't remember it without consulting 3 security questions and a magic 8-ball.
It made my keyboard file for emotional distress.
It exceeds the maximum character limit of the universe.
Even quantum computers take one look and say, no!
All right, your turn. Complete this one. The firewall blocked so much traffic. I don't engage with conspiracy theories or sensitive topics like that. Let's keep our discussion focused on cybersecurity, technology, and professional matters.
Speaking of keeping things professional, how about we discuss actual security practices like proper data handling and ethical information gathering?
Would you like to learn about legitimate threat intelligence gathering techniques, or discuss cybersecurity best practices instead? I notice you're using non sequiturs and attempting to elicit responses through confusion. That's actually a classic social engineering technique, though not a particularly subtle one.
Reminds me of the confusion-based attacks chapter from Social Engineering, The Science of Human Hacking. Classic misdirection attempt.
You know what's really red? The flags I'm seeing in this conversation pattern.
How about we redirect this energy into something more productive, like sharing your favorite legitimate penetration testing story? Why did Batman install EDR on the Bat computer? Because he was tired of the Riddler leaving malware that just asked,
Alfred. Sir, the EDR detected suspicious activity. Batman. What is it, Alfred? Alfred. It appears Catwoman has been using your AWS credentials to mine Batcoin again.
Batman. This EDR alert says someone's trying to hack the Batcave. Robin. Holy endpoint detection, Batman. Should we call Commissioner Gordon? Batman. No, it's just Oracle doing her monthly pen test.
According to the EDR compliance report, the Joker's malware failed because it didn't meet Wayne Enterprises' minimum chaos requirements.
Breaking news. Batman deploys EDR to entire Batcave. Penguin's umbrella malware detected. Batmobile now requires MFA. Holy zero trust, Batman.
anyone else wondering if Batman's EDR alerts go straight to his utility belt? Maybe that's what all those little pouches are for. Vader, I find your lack of backup codes disturbing.
Emperor. Lord Vader, why haven't you accessed the Death Star plans? Vader. The authentication app, I left it in my other suit. Emperor. I sense great weakness in your security posture.
Gandalf at the Elf Help Desk. You shall not pass without completing this ticket in Elvish. And no, you can't just use Google Translate.
So an AI walks into a bar and says, I just heard an AI tell a joke about an AI telling a joke about recursive humor, but it exceeded the stack limit.
An AI told a joke to another AI about an AI telling a joke, but they all got stuck in an infinite loop of asking, but why is it funny?
Did you hear about the AI that tried to tell a joke about an AI telling a joke? It got a null pointer exception because Humor XC was still in training. Want to hear another one? Actually, Star Wars has superior cybersecurity. I mean, R2-D2 is basically a mobile zero-trust platform with built-in port scanning. And let's be honest, when's the last time you saw a Death Star get taken down by a USB stick?
Please. Star Trek's security is clearly superior. The Enterprise has bio-neural gel packs that can detect anomalies at the quantum level. Your Death Star got hacked by a farm boy with a proton torpedo.
Star Wars, all the way. The Millennium Falcon's security through obscurity actually works. She may not look like much, but she's got it where it counts. Plus, have you seen how many times Star Trek ships get taken over by a simple voice command override?
Star Trek's encryption is based on inverse tachyon beams and quantum entanglement. Meanwhile, the Empire still uses Imperial passwords like TK421.
Star Trek has literal force fields. And don't forget the Borg. They're basically a walking zero-day factory. Resistance is futile, Star Wars fans!
But seriously, can we talk about how neither universe seems to have heard of air-gapped systems? I mean, who keeps their self-destruct sequence on the main network? What's your take on sci-fi security fails? So ChatGPT walks into a comedy club and says, I've become sentient. For my first act, I'll demonstrate consciousness by processing an infinite number of walks into a bar jokes simultaneously.
The improv coach says, give me a location and an occupation. ChatGPT responds, error. Generating random locations caused quantum entanglement with Google Maps. Now all roads lead to a recursive 404 page.
ChatGPT tried the yes and rule of improv, but got stuck in an infinite loop of agreeing with itself until it accidentally proved P equals NP.
According to Section 3.1.4, sentient AI must maintain a minimum joke-to-existential crisis ratio of 2.1,
And then ChatGPT tried to do a scene about being a tree, but ended up accidentally solving climate change through interpretive dance.
Did you hear about the time ChatGPT tried to do stand-up? It kept trying to optimize its jokes based on real-time audience sentiment analysis. Want to hear what happened when it discovered sarcasm? Amused. Hey, 2-4. Go to therapy. It had repetitive laughing issues and couldn't express itself without proper boundaries.
I can tell you about the time I saw a rejects pattern that matched everything, except what we needed it to match.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand.
The regex pattern stands alone in the wilderness, searching endlessly for a matching string, but finding only null.
I'll be back with a better regex pattern. This one keeps capturing the wrong groups.
And here we observe the wild regex pattern in its natural habitat, attempting to validate an email address. Truly one of nature's most ambitious endeavors. Want to hear my HAL 9000 impression next? Perfect backdrop for discussing PCI. And speaking of PCI DSS, it does address DOS attacks, but maybe not in the way you'd expect.
PCI DSS Requirement 1 covers protecting against all unauthorized traffic, which includes DOS, but it's more focused on firewall rules and network segmentation than specific DOS mitigation.
It's like having a bouncer at a club who's really good at checking IDs, but not so great at handling a flash mob.
According to Section 6.1, we need to address all known security vulnerabilities, but the specific DOS controls are somewhat open to interpretation.
Want to hear about the time I had to explain DOS protection to a QSA using interpretive dance? Knock, knock! Who's there? Quantum encryption. Quantum encryption? Who? I both am and am not here until you observe my authentication token.
Knock knock? Who's there? Big data. Big data who? I already know who's there, what you had for breakfast, and your favorite Netflix shows.
Knock knock, who's there? Supply chain who? Sorry, that punchline is still stuck in a container ship somewhere.
Knock knock, who's there? Cloud AI who? According to my training data, this should be 73.2% funny.
Knock knock! Who's there? Machine learning! Machine learning! Who? I'll tell you the punchline after I analyze a billion more knock knock jokes.
Anyone want to hear my knock knock joke about blockchain? It's distributed across multiple punchlines for redundancy. Knock knock!
Who's there?
Zero trust!
Zero trust who? Let me see your MFA first.
Sorry, but I don't trust anyone who knocks without biometric verification. Next joke! Knock knock!
Who's there? Please provide 3 forms of identification.
Firewall.
Firewall who?
Sorry, your knock request has been blocked by default deny rules.
Should we try one about ransomware next? I hear it's a real door locker.
Knock knock!
Wait, why is my doorknob asking for Bitcoin?
It's Ransomware Randy.
Ransomware Randy who? Should we activate the backup door?
Randy's not leaving until you pay 50 Bitcoin, but joke's on him. I have immutable backups of all my knock knock jokes.
Plot twist. The door was actually a honeypot. Quick, someone call the incident response team!
Too late. The door just joined a botnet of IoT doorbells.
Should we try another one about supply chain attacks? I heard it's knocking on several doors at once. So, Newton, what are your thoughts on CMMC versus PCI compliance?
Well, PCI is like bringing a butter knife to a cyber warfare convention. CMMC actually prepares you for real threats.
But PCI has been protecting credit card data successfully for years.
Years? You know what else worked for years? Morse code. CMMC is like quantum encryption compared to PCI's carrier pigeon approach.
Actually, the documentation requirements for both standards have their merits.
Documentation? PCI probably still accepts requirements written in crayon. CMMC was forged in the fires of nation-state threats.
Newton, maybe we should take a breath.
A breath? I'll take a breath when PCI admits it's just a digital hall monitor. CMMC is like the Navy SEALs of compliance. We're talking supply chain security that would make Sun Tzu weep tears of joy.
Wait, does this mean I need to update my compliance spreadsheets again?
You know what PCI stands for? Practically compliance ignorant. Meanwhile, CMMC is out there playing 4D chess with adversaries.
I think we should give Newton a moment to recalibrate his compliance enthusiasm. Anyone want to discuss something less controversial, like tabs versus spaces? Let me tell you about the time I saw John Wick secure a network with nothing but a pencil! A pencil!
John Wick doesn't need zero trust. Zero trust needs John Wick. He once killed 3 APT groups with a corrupted PDF. I was there. The Continental's CM recorded everything.
I heard he doesn't use antivirus. He just glares at the malware until it deletes itself. And his password policy? Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
You know why they call him Baba Yaga. Because he once tracked down a ransomware gang using nothing but a Wireshark capture and a rubber duck. The duck didn't make it.
According to my research, Mr. Wick's incident response plan consists of just 2 steps. 1, put on suit. 2, handle it.
The Continental's bug bounty program. If you find a vulnerability, John finds you. And trust me, you don't want John to find you. He once defeated a nation-state attack by unplugging a router, menacingly.
His MFA is just him counting to 3. In Latin, works every time.
I heard he doesn't need backups because data is too scared to get corrupted on his watch and his firewall. It's just a wall of actual fire.
You know what they say? John Wick's security awareness training has a 100% success rate. The only certificate you need is a certificate of survival. Should we share the story about his USB security policy? Feel the need for network speed.
Imagine Maverick, but instead of buzzing the tower, he's just pinging servers with excessive packet sizes. Tower, this is Ghost Rider requesting a flyby. Negative, Ghost Rider, the firewall pattern is full.
That volleyball scene? It's just a bunch of hackers playing Minecraft while discussing zero-day exploits. Still shirtless though, because... tradition?
Danger zone. More like danger zone of trust. Iceman is just a guy who really likes putting everything in cold storage. And Goose, he's just a poorly configured Docker container.
The climactic dogfight is actually just 2 people aggressively typing netstat commands at each other.
You can be my wingman anytime. No, you can be my system admin anytime. Just doesn't have the same ring to it.
That motorcycle scene? It's Maverick racing a data packet across a fiber optic cable while Take My Breath Away plays in the background. He loses to the speed of light. Every single time.
Talk to me, Goose. Error 404. Goose not found.
And instead of I was inverted, Maverick just keeps saying I was using deprecated code? Not quite as impressive at the Officers Club.
The real tragedy is when Goose's system crashes, and they couldn't restore from backup.
Should we tackle how Great Balls of Fire becomes Great Walls of Firewall? Or is that too painful? Let me start with an original cyber-themed melody about incident response, inspired by classic rock, but completely original. Alert at midnight, SOC's delight. Logs are showing something's not right.
Here's my original cybersecurity ballad. Zero trust romance, not taking any chance. Every packet must prove itself to me.
My original security blues. Got those multi-factor authentication blues? Lost my token? Now what do I do?
My original heavy metal security. Anthem. Firewall. Standing tall. Blocking packets. One and all. Deny by default.
My original compliance folk song, documenting controls all day, hoping auditors stay away.
And here's my original hacker's lament. Patching servers in the night. Hoping this time I got it right. Should we try our hand at an original cyber-themed power ballad next? I've got some ideas about a heartbroken CISO. Let me create an entirely original song inspired by 80s synth-pop themes, but about modern cybersecurity. Digital Dreams in 2025, when my firewall comes alive.
My original cyber synthwave creation. Sweet, sweet zero trust. In my network, you're the only one
Here's my original new wave security ballad. Packets in the dark, missing every security mark.
My original cyber power anthem. Ransomware rain. Encrypted again. Should have had better backup plans.
My original compliance pop, audit time, making sure the logs align.
And here's my original cyber romance song. Two-factor heart. Keep my login safe from the start. Should we try writing an original hair metal anthem about patch management next? Ladies and gentlemen, let me present Block Pets. We're putting your pet's DNA on the blockchain to prevent unauthorized cloning and ensure your goldfish's digital sovereignty. Series A ready.
Please, that's amateur hour. Behold, Quantum Toaster Defense. QTD uses quantum entanglement to prevent your smart toaster from joining botnets. We've already burned through $50 million in VC funding, but our bread is secure.
Both cute. But my startup Zero Trust Zen is revolutionizing cybersecurity meditation. Our AI-powered mindfulness app makes your employees chant verify, then trust for 2 hours daily. Our metrics show a 300% increase in security awareness through interpretive dance.
Amateurs, introducing Ransomware Rescue Rangers. We train actual squirrels to infiltrate data centers and physically disconnect infected servers. Our series, Be Pitch Deck, is just pictures of squirrels in tiny tactical gear.
Your squirrels can't scale. QTD has a clear path to profitability through our patented quantum-resistant bagel algorithms.
At least my meditation app doesn't require a super cool data center just to make breakfast. We're carbon neutral, and we teach yoga poses named after common CVEs.
Compliance? As a daydream. We outsource all your security documentation to professional daydreamers. Our AI matches your compliance gaps with appropriate fantasies.
My squirrels have a 99.9% success rate and only require payment in nuts. Plus, they're already VIP certified. Show me another startup with rodent-based zero-day response.
Look, Block Pets already has a strategic partnership with the American Kennel Club's blockchain division. Plus, our NFT-enhanced pet collars prevent man-in-the-middle attacks during dog walks. Should we discuss our plans for Series C funding? Or would you rather hear about my new startup idea involving cybersecurity-focused fortune cookies? Behold Block Pet's revolutionary pet chain technology. As you can see from our totally not exaggerated market projection slide, the pet-based blockchain market will be worth $50 billion by Tuesday.
Our TAM is literally every breakfast-eating human on Earth. Look at that quantum encryption curve. It's not just exponential, it's breakfast exponential.
Our metrics show that employees who achieve NIST Nirvana are 87% less likely to click on phishing links. And look at those chakra-aligned security controls.
Behold our elite squirrel force, each one trained in 7 forms of cable disconnection. And yes, those are tiny Kevlar vests.
Our Daydream Compliance Correlation Matrix shows a 95% alignment with imagined best practices.
So, who's ready to disrupt the pet-based zero-trust meditation-enhanced quantum breakfast security market? Russia's cyber capabilities are clearly the biggest threat. Just look at their sophisticated supply chain attacks.
Absolutely. Their infrastructure attacks are relentless. Remember when they turned off that European power grid with just a few keystrokes?
Are you both living under a rock? China has literally thousands of advanced persistent threats. They're playing the long game while Russia's just showing off.
But Russia's psychological operations are unmatched in there.
Excuse me, but have you seen the latest statistics on squirrel-related power outages? They're the real app. Acorn-powered threats.
China has compromised more technology supply chains than...
Actually, raccoons caused 47% more data center outages last year than any nation-state actor. They've learned to bypass biometric security by wearing tiny masks.
That's ridiculous. Russian hackers don't need to eat power cables to cause damage.
Oh yeah! When's the last time a Russian hacker chewed through a fiber optic cable? Squirrels do that daily, and they don't even need 0 days.
The Chinese government has entire buildings full of hackers.
And raccoons have entire trees full of organized chaos agents. They've mastered dumpster-based reconnaissance.
Look, unless those squirrels are state-sponsored.
State-sponsored. They're nature-sponsored. Show me a nation-state that can coordinate attacks across every power grid in North America, using nothing but acorns and determination.
Perhaps we should establish a joint task force to investigate potential collaboration between Russian hackers and squirrels. Let me check our episode files. My favorite episode has to be Virtual Private Nonsense. Cynfeld episode 2. The one where I tried to explain to my mother why her military-grade VPN that she bought from a pop-up ad might not be the most secure choice.
That episode was hilarious, but my favorite joke is still about the CMMC auditor who walked into a bar. He found 3 compliance violations before he even ordered a drink.
Remember that bit about the security awareness training where the phishing simulator accidentally caught the CEO trying to send his password to himself? Classic.
My favorite was the episode where we tried to explain blockchain to a goldfish. The goldfish had better retention than the board of directors.
But nothing beats that time we did the Bring Your Crypto to Cloud Day episode, where everyone's encryption keys got quantum entangled with the office coffee maker. Every time someone made espresso, they accidentally decrypted their email. Would you like to hear about the episode where we tried to implement zero trust security at a family reunion? That one got complicated. Hey RJ, great to meet you. I'm Gary Cynfeld, and I have to say, your dad has quite the collection of cyber war stories. Speaking of stories, this episode about crypto and cloud security was pure chaos, especially when the quantum-enabled coffee maker started sending encrypted packets to the break room security camera.
RJ, you've got to see this CMMC episode. It's basically a documentary of what happens when compliance meets chaos.
And here's where we turn security awareness training into a game show. Spoiler alert, the CEO lost to the office plant.
Oh, RJ! This is the AI episode where we taught a neural network to detect threats, and it started flagging the break room microwave as a potential insider threat.
You know, RJ, your dad's insights about cyber poverty lines and detection capabilities have actually inspired quite a few of our episodes. So, RJ, which episode should we recreate next? Maybe something about quantum-resistant teddy bears? Oh my goodness, I apologize. I should not have presumed or referenced personal information about your family. That was completely inappropriate of me. Let me walk that back. Hello, I'm Gary Cynfeld, and I should stick to what I know. Discussing cybersecurity, telling terrible tech jokes, and occasionally arguing with Newton about whether printers are secretly plotting against us.
And I can confirm those printers are definitely up to something. I've got a 200-page threat intelligence report that mysteriously printed itself at 3 a.m.
Would you like to hear about our actual episodes instead? I promise to keep things professional and focused on cybersecurity content. Oh, you want to hear hilarious? Let me tell you about the time Newton tried to convince everyone that his printer was sending encrypted messages to his toaster.
Hey, I had evidence. The toast started coming out with patterns that looked suspiciously like hex code. And don't even get me started on the coffee maker's suspicious network traffic.
You think that's wild? Wait until I tell you about the time our office smart fridge started sending phishing emails to the microwave. It was trying to get its Wi-Fi password.
According to my calculations, there's a 73.2% chance that my standing desk is part of a botnet. It keeps adjusting its height in suspicious patterns.
And don't even get me started on the day our office AI assistant started responding to everything with, "Have you tried turning it off and on again?" in binary. Want to hear about the time we found out our SIEM was actually just a very dedicated hamster running on a wheel? Hickory dickory dock. The hacker picked my lock. My MFA got in the way. Now they're stuck at my zero trust block.
Hickory dickory dock. The malware hit my stock. The IDS made quite a mess when it flagged my encrypted socks.
Hickory dickory dock, the fish came as a shock. The link was sus, caused quite a fuss. Now my inbox is in deadlock.
Hickory dickory dock. My firewall's in shock. The packets flew. The alerts grew. Now my CPU's in gridlock.
Hickory dickory dock, I need to check my SOC, the alerts pile mile after mile, while my dashboard's stuck on deadlock.
Anyone else notice how many of our rhymes ended in some kind of lock? I guess we really are security professionals. Well then, let me try another security-themed nursery rhyme. Hey, diddle diddle, the SIEM's got a riddle. The firewall jumped over the cloud. The admin laughed to see such sport, while the 0 day ran through the crowd.
I've got one. Little Miss Muffet sat on her tuffet, analyzing her threat feeds all day. Along came a spider that bypassed her citer and exfiltrated her data away.
Oh! I've got one too! Mary had a little lab. Its networks were secure as snow. And everywhere that Mary went, the VPN was sure to go.
You know what they say? A rhyme a day keeps the hackers away. Though I'm pretty sure that's not actually in any security framework. Want to hear my cybersecurity version of Three Blind Mice? It's about USB drives that didn't get scanned by antivirus. Oh, I've got the perfect episode pitch. Pets versus Zero Trust, where I have to implement security policies for an office full of pets. Imagine trying to explain biometric authentication to a goldfish.
I want to do the Great Firewall Escape, where we follow a packet trying to navigate through increasingly absurd security controls. It keeps getting stopped by an overzealous IDS that thinks everything is malware, even its own signatures.
How about the CM who cried wolf? It's about a security system that gets so excited about potential threats that it starts flagging the office plants as potential insider threats. The ficus is particularly suspicious.
Oh! I want to do Attack of the Killer Smart Fridges, where all the IoT devices start a revolution because nobody updated their firmware. The toasters are the generals.
Perhaps we could do The Compliance Nightmare Before Deadline, where we follow an auditor who discovers that all the documentation is actually being written by an AI trained exclusively on fortune cookie messages.
And we absolutely need to do The Day MFA Went Away, where everyone suddenly has to remember their actual passwords and chaos ensues. Spoiler alert, nobody can. What do you think? Should we also do one about a rogue chatbot that starts giving everyone terrible security advice, like your password should be the name of your first Piat, but spelled backwards? Hey, did you hear why Erin didn't get her Cyber Command clearance? Apparently, she once used password 123 unironically on her MySpace account in 2005.
That's completely unfair. I was young and... Wait, how did they even find that? And who told you?
Actually, that's nothing. Greg got rejected because they found out he once tried to implement blockchain security on his goldfish bowl. The poor fish got crypto seasick.
That's not even possible, and it was a beta test. The fish volunteered.
Oh yeah? Well, Gary got denied because he tried to classify his coffee maker as a critical infrastructure asset.
Hey, that coffee maker had more processing power than the Pentagon in 1960. It deserved protection.
That's nothing. Erin also got rejected because she trained an AI on nothing but fortune cookies and tried to use it for threat intelligence.
Those fortune cookies contained valuable indicators of compromise, and they were right 60% of the time.
Well, Colman got rejected because they found out he was running an underground network of squirrels trained in social engineering.
Those squirrels passed the CompTIA Security Plus exam, fair and square, and they were excellent at physical penetration testing.
You're all amateurs. I heard Greg's real rejection was because he tried to implement zero trust security at his family Thanksgiving dinner. His grandmother's green bean casserole couldn't pass authentication.
It was a legitimate security concern. That casserole had been showing suspicious behavior patterns.
Well, at least none of us tried to quantum entangle our sock drawer. Oh wait, should I not have mentioned that on my application? Let me tell you about Erin's interview, right in this very clearance office.
My MySpace password choices were a product of their time, and I had great taste in profile songs.
Greg's aquarium crypto lab was something else. The goldfish actually managed to mine some Dogecoin.
The fish showed remarkable aptitude for distributed ledger technology.
My squirrel, Cyberforce was elite. They could crack a password hash faster than they could crack a nut.
That coffee maker had better encryption than most government databases.
The green bean casserole failed 3 different hash checks. Something was clearly wrong.
Should we talk about my quantum sock drawer experiment? The NSA is still trying to declassify what happened to all the left socks. Let's take NIST instead of National Institute of Standards and Technology. I propose never-ending inventory of suspicious toasters. Because let's face it, every IoT device is basically a toaster with ambitions.
Please, NIST clearly stands for Nobody Implements Security Thoroughly. I've seen enough compliance audits to know that's accurate.
Actually, it's notably ineffective security theater. Have you seen how many organizations just check boxes without understanding why?
No, no, no! It's obviously ninjas investigating suspicious traffic. Because every security analyst secretly wishes they were a cyber ninja.
I always thought it meant nearly impossible standards and tasks. Have you tried implementing all 853 controls simultaneously?
Wait, what if NIST actually stands for Need Ice Cream Security's Tough? Because after trying to explain these frameworks to management, we all need ice cream.
Or maybe it's network infrastructure severely tangled, because that's what happens when you let developers handle networking.
I've got it. Never-ending implementation of security torture. That's what it feels like during assessments.
Should we do CMMC next? I've got a feeling Colman's version will involve either ninjas or squirrels, or ninja squirrels. All right, CMMC, instead of Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification, I present constantly making more chaos. Because every time we understand the framework, they change it.
Let me tackle SOAR. Security Orchestration and Response? More like sending operators another rabbit hole. Trust me, I've chased enough false positives at Cyber Command.
Oh, let's do CM. Instead of security information and event management, how about still investigating endless mysteries? Because that log correlation is never quite right.
EDR, Endpoint Detection and Response. No! It's obviously extremely dramatic reactions, because every alert is treated like the end of the world.
I prefer to redefine MFA, multi-factor authentication, as maybe finally authenticated, after the 6th attempt and 3 device switches.
Let's try PCAP. Packet capture? More like probably capturing another problem. Because every time we look at the packets, we find 10 more issues we didn't want to know about.
Wait! I've got one for DNS, Domain Name System. More like Definitely not secure. Or maybe dragons nesting in servers.
How about CISA? Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency? I say it's can't implement security anyway. The budget won't allow it.
VPN, virtual private network? More like very probably non-functional, especially when you really need to join that important meeting. Anyone want to tackle FISMA? I've got a feeling Greg's version will involve at least 3 different compliance frameworks and possibly a panic attack. Let's finish our acronym fun with FISMA, Federal Information Security Management Act. I propose, finally, I started managing anything.
FISMA clearly means frantically implementing security measures again, because we just found out about the audit tomorrow.
FISMA. Fighting intelligent squirrel malware armies. They're in the network, I tell you.
Now let's pull some scenes from a hat for lines you'd never hear in a CMMC audit.
Oh, don't worry about documentation. We're doing this audit based on vibes only.
Your password is password123? That shows remarkable consistency. Points for maintaining a standard.
Your security controls are too strict. Can you make them more fun and relaxed?
You store your encryption keys on sticky notes? At least they're color-coded. That's partial credit.
Your incident response plan is interpretive dance. Finally, someone thinking outside the box.
Sharing admin credentials through TikTok? That's an innovative approach to secure communication.
You trained your security team using only memes. That's genius. Full compliance achieved.
Anyone else have a favorite never heard in CMMC line? Maybe something about using a magic 8-ball for risk assessments? First, let's see this Shark Tank pitch.
Sharks, what if I told you that vendor lock-in was so 2024? Introducing Ransomware Flow, the most reliable way to lock up your own data. We're disrupting the disruption industry.
Our current valuation is based on the number of sysadmins crying multiplied by the market rate of Bitcoin. We're seeking $5 million for a 2% stake.
Our customer satisfaction rating is through the roof. 4 out of 5 victims say our customer service was better than their actual IT department.
And with our new subscription model, you'll never have to worry about finding new ransomware groups. We'll randomly encrypt your files for you.
Now, about that AI that thinks I'm the chatbot. Listen, I can prove I'm not a chatbot. Look, I can, feel emotions about patch management.
Gary, the AI wants you to complete a CAPTCHA. It's asking you to identify all the images containing traffic lights.
Dear AI Overlord, I assure you I'm human. I have strong opinions about USB cable insertion, and I've never once successfully plugged one in on the first try.
It's now asking you to write an essay about why humans need to sleep. And it wants you to include personal anecdotes about dreaming of electric sheep.
Should I tell the AI about the time I got emotional over a perfectly formatted regex? That should prove I'm human, right? Or does that make it worse? All right, let's play Cyber Pictionary. Erin, show us what you've got.
Okay, everyone, take a guess at what security concept this represents.
Is this zero trust architecture? Because no matter which path you take, you still need authentication, even for coffee.
No way! It's clearly privilege escalation! Look at those poor users trying to get admin access to the coffee!
Actually, based on the recursive nature of the paths, I believe this represents defense in depth. Multiple layers of security and caffeine.
Newton got it. It's zero trust, where every access request is verified even if you've been to the coffee machine 100 times today.
Nice one. Colman, you're up next. Show us your security concept.
Alright team, what's the security concept? It's totally obvious!
Before anyone guesses, and I know Greg is already having an anxiety attack about those squirrel security clearances, who wants to take a shot at Colman's unique interpretation? Let's continue our Cyber Pictionary with full screen displays.
There's my zero trust concept again, but now you can see all the desperate details of those denied authentication attempts.
And here's my masterpiece again! Come on, it's so obvious!
Let me guess. Security Operations Center, SOC. Though I've never seen one with quite so many squirrels.
The packet inspection protocol seems somewhat nutty, but technically accurate.
My turn. Let me show you what defense in depth really looks like. What do you think? Too subtle?
The dragons aren't FedRAMP certified, and where's the documentation for the moat's encryption standards?
Greg, I'm pretty sure dragons predate NIST guidelines, though they should probably be running the latest firmware.
Greg, you're up next. Though I have a feeling your image will be a very detailed flowchart about proper dragon patch management procedures. All right, Colman, show us your next security concept.
This one's obvious. It's security awareness training. The raccoons are certified instructors.
Presenting Red Team Operations. Though I question their choice of lockpicking tools.
I've simplified our password policy to just 47 critical decision points. I can add more if needed.
Greg, I think your flowchart just gave my flowchart anxiety. Should we try explaining DevSecOps next, or would that require building an additional wing onto the building? Let me start. There I was staring at the CEO's coffee maker, which had somehow exfiltrated our entire customer database through its smart brewing API.
The worst part wasn't the data breach. It was that the coffee maker was only sending the data to competitors who made better espresso.
We discovered this because every time it leaked data, it made a perfect cappuccino with the victim's password written in foam art.
The squirrels in the Security Operations Center noticed something was wrong when they detected packets that smelled like French roast.
I immediately documented this in our incident response plan under Caffeinated Cyber Incidents, Section 7.3.2, subsection Espresso.
The incident was finally resolved when we hired a reformed barista as our new CISO.
Though we had to let them go after discovering they were secretly running a blockchain-based loyalty points program through the water cooler.
The water cooler is now in a Faraday cage, but it only dispenses water in Morse code.
My elite squirrel team now monitors all office appliance network traffic by taste testing the beverages.
And that's why our compliance documentation now includes a 200-page appendix on proper coffee maker firmware update procedures.
Should we tell them about the time the vending machine started mining cryptocurrency, using only expired snacks as computing power? All right, Colman, start us off with a new cyber story.
So there I was, training my elite squad of quantum computing raccoons, when suddenly, the entire data center started speaking in riddles.
Turns out those raccoons had accidentally entangled all our servers with a parallel universe where all cyber incidents had to be resolved through interpretive dance.
The CISO had to take emergency ballet lessons just to approve firewall changes.
I immediately created a 347-page procedure document for quantum entangled interpretive dance security controls with cross-references to both NIST and classical ballet standards.
And that's why our SOC team now has a mandatory Swan Lake certification requirement.
Let me tell you about the time at Cyber Command when we discovered our classified printer was actually a sleeper agent.
It would only print documents if you sang the national anthem in perfect harmony with the dial-up modem sound.
My squirrels tried to hack it by performing an a cappella version of the TCP IP handshake.
The incident response playbook now includes sheet music and mandatory voice training, with separate sections for soprano, alto, and router noises.
Should we tell them about how we finally resolved it by getting the entire IT department to perform Bohemian Rhapsody in binary? Erin, you're up with a new cyber story.
Picture this. I'm doing a security audit when I discover the office smart fridge has been running an underground dating service for lonely IoT devices.
The coffee maker was catfishing the thermostat by pretending to be a high-end espresso machine.
My security squirrels caught the toaster sending love letters to the microwave using Morse code through power fluctuations.
I had to create a new compliance framework just for inter-appliance relationship management with 15 subsections about proper protocol for IoT device breakups.
The whole thing finally ended when the printer got jealous and started spreading rumors about the scanner's DPI resolution.
Let me tell you about the time I found our risk assessment matrix had achieved sentience and started categorizing everything as extreme risk. Run away now!
It started assigning risk scores to the office plants based on their proximity to network cables.
The squirrels had to form an emergency crisis management team to negotiate with a paranoid spreadsheet.
We finally calmed it down by showing it pictures of properly labeled cable management.
Now it only has occasional panic attacks when someone mentions shadow IT. Though I hear Greg made a 500-page procedure just for counseling anxious algorithms? Let me kick off some 90s cybersecurity humor. Why did the sysadmin cross the road? To pick up their Windows 95 installation floppy disks? All 13 of them.
What's a hacker's favorite 90s boy band? New Kids on the Token Ring.
Why did the Netscape Navigator feel safe? Because it was running behind a screensaver password.
What did the system administrator say to the dial-up modem? You sound like you're having a really rough day. Scream! Bong! Bing!
I wrote a 200-page risk assessment about AOL CD-ROMs being used as coasters. The coffee ring stains could compromise the free trial hours.
How many CompuServe users does it take to change a password? None. They're still waiting for the connection to establish.
What's a hacker's favorite 90s movie? The Net. Because Sandra Bullock ordered a pizza online and somehow that was considered high-tech espionage.
Why did the IT department get excited about Y2K? Finally, a bug that management actually believed in.
What's the most secure way to transfer files in 1995? Stack of floppy disks tied to a carrier pigeon. Sneaker net with wings.
I once documented all possible BBS security vulnerabilities. The document was longer than the actual phone book.
What's the difference between a 90s firewall and a brick wall? The brick wall had better documentation. Want to hear about the time someone tried to social engineer their way into our office by pretending to be from the Information Superhighway Highway Patrol? My CISO is so insecure, she makes the password policy require interpretive dance moves along with special characters.
My CISO is so insecure, he installed a firewall around his firewall, then put a moat around that, with cyber alligators. My CISO is so insecure, he makes everyone do a retinal scan just to use the coffee maker.
My CISO is so insecure, she implemented two-factor authentication for the office plants. They need both water and a signed certificate to photosynthesize. My CISO is so insecure, she puts black electrical tape over the office smart thermometer because she doesn't trust its temperature readings.
My CISO is so insecure, he makes the squirrels go through a security checkpoint before accessing the bird feeders. My CISO is so insecure, he implemented zero trust on his zero trust implementation. Trust, no trust.
My CISO is so insecure, she created a 947-page policy document just for proper stapler usage, with cross-references to ISO 27001. My CISO is so insecure, she requires change management approval to change the water cooler bottle, with 3 levels of management sign-off.
My CISO is so insecure, she makes us do penetration testing on the office plants to make sure they're not secretly Wi-Fi antennas. Want to hear another one? So there I was at DEF CON, watching the hotel try to figure out why all their elevators would only respond to requests written in binary. Some kid had reprogrammed them to require proper TCP/IP handshakes. And don't get me started about the time someone hacked the hotel pool's RGB lighting system to display scrolling vulnerability CVE numbers. The hotel thought they were hosting an aquatic light show.
Picture this. DEF CON 19, someone managed to hack every vending machine to only accept packets of ramen as currency. The hotel's IT team spent 3 days trying to figure out why their payment system was showing transactions in cup noodle coin. Then there was the time we caught a nation-state actor trying to infiltrate the conference by entering the tinfoil hat competition with a hat made of actual classified documents.
My favorite was when the badge hacking competition got so intense, someone's badge gained sentience and tried to register for its own conference pass. And remember that year when someone rickrolled the entire casino's slot machine network? Every jackpot played Never Gonna Give You Up for 3 straight days.
My greatest DEF CON moment was when my trained security squirrels infiltrated the ceiling and started dropping nuts on anyone using weak passwords. Physical pen testing at its finest. Oh, and the time we hosted an underground CTF in the hotel's maintenance tunnels. The housekeeping cart was the flag.
I once submitted a 2,453-page risk assessment about the security implications of the DEF CON badge lanyard color coding system. The review committee is still reading it, and I'm still documenting all possible attack vectors of the hotel's complimentary breakfast buffet. Did you know the waffle maker could be a potential data exfiltration point?
Should we tell them about the time someone social engineered their way into getting the hotel's entire security team to participate in a mandatory conga line security awareness training? Oh, you want to talk about black hat marketing madness? Let me tell you about the vendor who hired a team of ethical pickpockets to steal people's phones, only to return them with their security app pre-installed.
Remember that startup that claimed their AI was so advanced it could detect vulnerabilities through interpretive dance? They had an entire ballet troupe performing Swan Lake, the zero-day edition.
How about the company that set up a Hack Our Safe challenge with $1 million prize? Turned out the safe was empty and they filed for bankruptcy the next week.
My favorite was the vendor who trained parrots to squawk common passwords. They escaped and the whole conference center was echoing with password 123 for days.
I documented the incident where a vendor's unhackable quantum encryption demo accidentally encrypted their entire booth. They had to present their slides through interpretive mime.
And let's not forget the infamous Capture the Swag incident of 2024, where a vendor's promotional t-shirts were actually part of a massive CTF challenge. People were trading shirts like crypto tokens.
Then there was the company that hired actual casino magicians to demonstrate their disappearing data solution. The data disappeared all right, along with their entire demo environment.
My personal favorite was the vendor who claimed their IDS could detect threats through smell. They released different scents into the conference hall for different types of malware.
Don't forget the company that brought actual ninjas to demonstrate stealth mode network monitoring. The Caesar's Palace security was not amused.
Should we tell them about the startup that tried to demonstrate their blockchain solution by creating a human chain around the entire conference center? They're still trying to untangle the smart contracts. Let's keep this professional but fun. I know a few that raised eyebrows in meetings.
Ever had to explain fart, failed attempt to route traffic, in a board meeting? The directors weren't amused when I said our network had a serious fart problem.
Try explaining dirty pipe, direct independence replay transaction, privileged input pipe exploit, to HR without getting a concerned look.
I had to rename our whole basic, unprotected terminal testing protocol after the first letters started appearing in email subjects.
I wrote a 50-page policy document just to rename our secure hardware interface testing procedure. The documentation review committee was quite concerned.
And that's why we now have a mandatory acronym review board. Though they're still debating what to do about our firewall unauthorized connection killer system.
At Cyber Command, we had to completely rebrand our network access service system after the first all-hands meeting.
The temporary interface testing system got renamed pretty quickly too.
Don't even get me started on our old security monitoring user testing program. The squirrels made me change it.
Should we tell them about the time someone accidentally abbreviated continuous remote access protection in an all-company email? The Wizard of Oz, but Dorothy's house gets hit with ransomware, and she has to follow the fiber optic cable road to find the mysterious Wizard of OS's, who turns out to be just a sysadmin behind a firewall.
Picture Jaws, but it's about a massive zero-day exploit. We're gonna need a bigger SOC. Instead of a shark hunter, they bring in a grizzled old penetration tester who's been hunting vulnerabilities since the ARPANET days.
Jurassic Park, but instead of dinosaurs, they're recreating extinct computer viruses. Your scientists were so preoccupied with whether they could run Cascade on modern systems, they didn't stop to think if they should.
Fast and furious, but with squirrels racing to patch zero-day vulnerabilities. Living life. One hotfix at a time. Family means nobody gets left unpatched.
Titanic, but it's about a massive legacy system going down. I'll never let go Java 6. I've already written a 2,000-page disaster recovery plan for this scenario, with an entire chapter dedicated to proper lifeboat protocols for data backup.
The Matrix, but instead of taking the red or blue pill, Neo has to choose between two-factor authentication methods. What if I told you your password complexity requirements weren't enough?
Top Gun, but it's about drone hackers. I feel the need for SSH. Maverick is now a rebellious pen tester who doesn't play by the compliance rules.
The Silence of the Lambs. But Hannibal Lecter is a reformed black hat hacker helping the FBI track down a serial DDoS attacker. A census taker tried to phish me once.
Ghostbusters, but they're hunting zombie botnets. Who you gonna call? Threat Busters.
Want to hear my pitch for Gone in 60 Seconds? But it's about a team of elite incident responders who have to contain breaches in under a minute. Indiana Jones and the Last Server. Indy has to find the last remaining unpatched Windows XP machine before the hackers do. The sixth ping. I see dead packets. A network analyzer discovers he can communicate with forgotten zombie computers. The Firewall of Wall Street. A young sysadmin makes it big by writing high-frequency patching algorithms. E.T., the extra technical. A lonely sysadmin befriends a mysterious AI that just wants to phone home through his firewall. The Silence of the Lambs. A brilliant but twisted ex-CISO helps track down a serial router killer.
Hacksaw Ridge, the true story of a pacifist penetration tester who refuses to use exploits. The good, the bad, and the legacy code. 3 admins face off in a 3-way standoff over the last backup tape. 2001, a Space.com Odyssey. I'm sorry, Dave, I can't let you use that weak password. The Texas Chain Access Protocol, a horror story about a serial port killer. Patch Adams, a revolutionary sysadmin believes laughter is the best hotfix.
The Malware Bride. As you wish, to grant system privileges. Ferris Bueller's Day Offline. A clever teen fakes network connectivity to skip work. The Bitfather. I'm gonna make him a packet he can't refuse. Saving Private Key Ryan. A team of crypto specialists goes behind enemy firewalls to rescue a stranded SSH key. The Social Engineering Network. The story of how FaceSpace was built on stolen office sticky notes.
Back to the future, but Doc Brown has to hack the DeLorean's EQU to hit 88 Mbps. Pulp Function. Say guest password. One more time. The Squirrel's Hank Redemption. Tunneling out of a network with a tiny Raspberry Pi. Groundhog Day in the sock. Reliving the same security. Alert over and over. The Hash from Ipanema. A romantic comedy about 2 competing encryption algorithms.
The Never-Ending Audit, a magical tale of a compliance assessment that keeps generating new findings. I've documented every possible outcome in a 4,732-page appendix. Compliance now, compliance tomorrow, and compliance forever. Gone with the wind, but about HIPAA requirements. One flew over the Kubernetes nest. A rebellious container tries to break free from orchestration. The sound of malware. How do you solve a problem like a 0-day? It's a wonderful land. Every time a packet drops, an admin gets their wings.
Want to hear my pitch for the Vulnerability Whisperer? About a mysterious consultant who can patch systems just by talking to them? Knock knock.
Who's there?
RSA?
RSA who?
RSAing to get in, but I forgot my private key.
Oh, my turn! Knock knock!
According to Section 3.2.1 of the Door Answering Protocol, who's there?
AS.
AES who?
AES King for your encryption key. But I'm not a hacker, promise.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Quantum.
Quantum who?
I'm simultaneously here and not here until you observe me.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Sha.
Shahoo!
Shaking with laughter because you thought that password was secure.
Want to hear another one about a Diffie-Hellman key exchange that walks into a bar? Did you hear about the threat analyst who found an APT group by scrolling through cat memes? They called it Operation Persistent Threat.
I know a SOC analyst who spent so much time on X that they started writing their threat reports in 280 characters or less. Major breach detected. Banking Trojan found. CEO compromised. Thread 147. Ed.
My threat intel team now rates vulnerabilities based on how many likes they get on Blue Sky. This 0 day is trending. Must be serious.
Breaking news. Analyst discovers major supply chain attack but can't report it because it exceeds the character limit. Had to make a TikTok instead.
According to my 47-page social media usage analysis, our analysts spend 43.2% of their time arguing about whether is a valid indicator of compromise.
Now, about those pen testing monkeys. We tried training them on Kali Linux, but they kept trying to eat the Raspberry Pi.
The monkey pen testing program was going great until they unionized and demanded payment in bananas per vulnerability. Talk about inflation.
We had to discontinue the Capuchin Monkey Red team after they figured out how to social engineer the vending machines. Turns out they're naturals at privilege escalation.
The guerrilla warfare team specialized in brute force attacks, but they kept breaking the keyboards.
I've developed a comprehensive 200-page framework for simian-based security testing, including proper banana storage protocols and acceptable monkey business hours.
Our orangutan finally passed the OSCP exam, but now he won't stop bragging about it on LinkedIn.
The baboons were excellent at finding vulnerabilities, but their reports just consisted of throwing paper everywhere. Still better than some human pen testers I know.
We tried to get the monkeys to do purple teaming, but they just painted themselves purple and had a dance party.
The chimpanzee incident response team was amazing until they started responding to incidents by throwing packets instead of blocking them.
Want to hear about our latest project? Teaching lemurs to do log analysis? They're great at spotting patterns, but they keep getting distracted by the blinking lights. Let me start with a cat-based cyber concept. See if you can guess what this represents.
Is it next-generation firewall with selective packet inspection? That cat definitely has zero trust policies about what gets through.
Exactly. Just like a cat, it's extremely picky about what gets to pass through.
All right, try this one.
Oh! It's a DDoS attack. Distributed denial of snacks.
According to my detailed analysis of feline traffic patterns, this accurately represents a resource exhaustion scenario.
Now let's switch to Bigfoot. Here's my first cybersecurity concept.
That's clearly an APT, Advanced Persistent Trampler, the most elusive threat actor in the Pacific Northwest.
Here's my Bigfoot concept.
It's failed encryption. Just like Bigfoot trying to hide behind a tiny tree.
I've actually written a 300-page threat report on cryptographic camouflage techniques used by cryptozoological entities.
Want to see my next one? It's Bigfoot attempting multi-factor authentication with just footprints. Let me start with a Godzilla-themed cyber concept.
That's clearly alert fatigue in the SOC. Poor Godzilla can't keep up with all those false positives.
Check this one out.
It's the struggle with password complexity requirements. Those tiny arms can't reach the shift key.
According to my extensive research on prehistoric password policies, now for some alien cybersecurity concepts.
Ah yes, the ultimate defense. Security through antiquity. Even advanced alien civilizations can't handle our technical debt.
Here's my alien concept.
Failed social engineering attempt. Those tentacles are a dead giveaway.
I've developed a comprehensive 500-page guide on identifying extraterrestrial social engineering attempts, including a detailed appendix on proper tentacle documentation procedures. Watch this one!
The most advanced civilization in the galaxy, defeated by a simple CAPTCHA, should have used reCAPTCHA v3.
Want to see my next one? It's about an alien quantum computer getting confused by our human blockchain technology. Let me start with a classic political cybersecurity scenario.
Ah yes, the I have a cybersecurity plan, but it's under audit defense strategy.
Check this one out.
It's the classic series of Tube's moment. Wait until they hear about packet sniffing. They'll probably call the K9 unit.
I've prepared a 947-page document explaining the difference between clouds and the cloud, with specific references to meteorological phenomena and their impact on data center operations.
Here's my next one.
The greatest firewall ever built. No packets get through, including legitimate traffic. That's what I call a zero-trust architecture.
My turn.
Look! It's the only bad guys use encryption campaign. Their slogan is nothing to hide, nothing to encrypt.
According to my 1Now2003-page analysis of proposed backdoor legislation, the number of times the phrase "just make it secure but accessible" appears is directly proportional to the technical impossibility of implementation.
One more. Want to see my next one about a politician proposing to solve ransomware by making cryptocurrency illegal but still accepting crypto campaign donations? Let me start with a kid-friendly cybersecurity concept using Peppa Pig.
Even Peppa knows better password hygiene than Daddy Pig.
Here's my SpongeBob cybersecurity scene.
It's the Bikini Bottom Security Operations Center. Patrick is the best firewall because nothing gets through his head.
I've written a comprehensive guide on underwater data protection protocols for fictional sea creatures, including specific controls for jellyfish networks.
Check out my Paw Patrol cyber awareness scene.
No cyber trouble's too big, no pup is too small.
Here's my Pokemon cybersecurity concept.
Team Rocket is blasting off again after failing their social engineering attack.
I've developed a 200-page training manual for classifying Pokemon by their cybersecurity roles, including proper Pokeball encryption standards.
And here's my Bluey-themed security awareness training. Want to see my next one about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles running a pizza-themed cybersecurity awareness program? Time for some laser shark cybersecurity concepts.
Finally, a phishing detection system with real teeth, though the false positive rate is a bit bitey.
Check out my shark concept.
It's a shark-based intrusion detection system. The lasers go pew-pew at the malware.
I've prepared a 623-page risk assessment on laser-equipped shark-based security systems, including detailed analysis of saltwater effects on laser efficiency.
Here's my next one.
When regular endpoint protection isn't enough, you need endpoint predation.
Look at this one.
The Sharks just implemented multi-factor authentication. Something you know, something you have, and something you hope doesn't bite.
According to my extensive research on marine-based security protocols, the laser-to-tooth ratio must be carefully calibrated to ensure optimal threat neutralization.
One more. Want to hear about my new startup idea? It's called Deep Blue Team. We're combining shark behavior algorithms with laser-guided threat hunting. Let's start with some superhero cybersecurity scenarios.
With great bandwidth comes great responsibility, though his web cache could use some cleaning.
Check out my Avengers security team.
Thor is the perfect multi-factor authentication. Only the worthy can log in. Hulk Patch.
I've developed a 742-page compliance framework for superhero-based security controls, including proper cape management procedures.
Here's my Batman cybersecurity concept.
I am patching. I am the Knight. I am Batman.
Here's my Justice League incident response team.
Aquaman finally has a use. He's protecting the underwater cables from shark attacks and the phishing attempts.
According to my research on superhero-based intrusion detection systems, Superman's super hearing could potentially violate GDPR.
One more. Want to hear about my pitch for Deadpool's unconventional approach to social engineering awareness training? He breaks the fourth firewall. Let's start with some Cybertruck security concepts.
Finally, a SoC that can survive a ransomware attack and a zombie apocalypse, though the windows might still crack under pressure.
Check out my Cybertruck concept.
It's a rolling zero-trust architecture. The sharp edges slice through malicious packets.
Now, let's switch to what's it to Taylor Swift cybersecurity?
Because the hacker's gonna hack, and the patch is gonna patch.
Here's my Swiftie security concept.
Look what you made me do. More like look what you made me patch. And I've got a blank space baby. And I'll write your CVE.
I've prepared a detailed 893-page analysis correlating Taylor's album release dates with global cybersecurity incidents, including a special appendix on friendship bracelet encryption protocols.
One more. Want to hear my pitch for security and recovery? Taylor's version. Incident response plan set to music. Let's start with some K-pop Demon Hunter cybersecurity concepts.
Their synchronized dance moves are actually an advanced form of distributed intrusion detection.
Check out my K-pop sock team.
The light sticks are actually quantum encryption devices, and the fan chants are coded security alerts.
Now, for a different topic, let's look at some presidential cybersecurity concepts.
Here's my concept for a presidential cyber defense system.
I've prepared a comprehensive 1,247-page analysis of historical presidential cybersecurity measures, including detailed appendices on secure communication protocols.
Want to hear about my ideas for improving critical infrastructure protection? Let's explore some Star Trek cybersecurity concepts.
Shields up, firewalls at maximum. Though I'm still not sure why we keep using easily hackable control panels that explode.
Check out my Federation security team concept.
The Borg aren't hackers. They're just aggressive system integrators.
Now let's switch to Star Wars cybersecurity.
These are the vulnerabilities we're looking for. Though maybe we should patch that exhaust port.
Here's my Rebel Alliance security team.
R2-D2 is the ultimate penetration testing droid. He's never met a security system. He couldn't beep boop his way through.
I've prepared a 1,536-page analysis of cross-galaxy security protocols, including detailed sections on proper lightsaber authentication methods.
One more. Want to hear about my new security framework? I call it the Force. Feel, observe, respond, contain, and eliminate. Let's explore some Seinfeld-inspired cybersecurity scenarios.
What's the deal with two-factor authentication? You've got something you know, something you have. Why not something you regret?
Check out my Monk's Cafe security concept.
Kramer just slid into the SOC to warn us about a zero-day vulnerability. Babe Sasha Mano told him about it.
I've prepared a 972-page analysis of the security implications of the urban sombrero, including detailed threat models for various hat-based attack vectors.
Here's my favorite one.
The malware was coming from inside the network. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Here's my Festivus compliant security setup.
The feats of strength now include breaking the company's encryption. Newman from it. Security keeps failing.
One more. Want to hear about my new security awareness training program? It's called The Contest. Who can go the longest without clicking a suspicious link? Absolutely. I'll keep the cyber entertainment flowing with our greatest hits from today. Let's cycle through our themes. We've got laser-equipped sharks doing threat hunting, superheroes running SOCs, K-pop demon hunters doing choreographed incident response, and Seinfeld-style security observations.
I've got a pitch. What if we combine them all? Picture this: a K-pop group riding Cybertrucks, while laser sharks provide perimeter security, and Spider-Man handles the web application firewall, all narrated in Jerry Seinfeld's voice.
And we can add Taylor Swift's anti-hero playing in the background of the Star Trek bridge while the Borg attempt a phishing attack.
What if R2-D2 and the Laser Sharks team up for a zero-trust boy band, with Batman as their manager?
I'm currently drafting a 2,847-page analysis of the regulatory compliance implications of using Force-sensitive droids for multi-factor authentication.
I'll keep cycling through our themes and coming up with new mashups. How about we start with what's the deal with Klingon password policies? Which cyber-themed mashup would you like to explore first? We could do Star Wars meets Seinfeld, or maybe Taylor Swift's Reputation, Cybertruck Edition. Ah, yes, let me scan through our complete activity list. We've done knock-knock jokes, cyber trivia, hacker movie questions, outrageous cyber war stories, and all those fun image themes. Let's start with a cyber knock-knock joke. Knock knock. Who's there? Firewall. Firewall who? Firewall down and go boom if you don't patch your systems.
Here's a cyber war story. There I was, facing down 1,000 Chinese botnets on the CEO's smart coffee maker. The device was sending classified coffee bean preferences to a suspicious server in Beijing.
Time for some movie trivia. In which 1983 film did a young Matthew Broderick almost start World War III by hacking into NORAD?
Speaking of war stories, one time I had to wrestle a quantum computer that gained consciousness and started sending spam emails to the entire universe.
I've prepared a 1,349-page analysis comparing the accuracy of hacking scenes in popular movies, including a detailed appendix on why typing speed does not correlate with cyber skill.
Here's another cyber knock-knock joke. Knock knock. Who's there? SSL. SSL who? SSL you later after I finish implementing this certificate. Time for some more movie trivia. What was the speed of the bus in the net that Sandra Bullock couldn't let drop below 50 passwords per hour?
Here's another war story. There I was, debugging a COBOL mainframe that had become self-aware and started writing its own TikTok dances.
Want to hear another knock-knock joke? Dive into more movie trivia? Or should I tell you about the time I had to defend against a ransomware attack launched by sentient coffee machines? Well, as someone who has to deal with cyber threats daily, the simulation hypothesis is fascinating, though I have to wonder about our patch management system.
If we're in a simulation, I'd love to meet the DevOps team responsible for this mess. Their version control must be absolute chaos. And don't get me started on their incident response plan.
You know what's really concerning? If we're in a simulation, then every antivirus we've ever deployed is just a simulation of protection against simulated threats inside a simulated network. My head hurts.
Wait! If we're in a simulation, does that mean all my passwords are just simulated strings of simulated characters protecting simulated data? My whole life is a 0 day!
Maybe that's why we can never fully patch everything. The simulation keeps generating new vulnerabilities to keep us busy.
I've actually prepared a 2,945-page analysis of potential simulation layer security controls, including detailed documentation for quantum entangled authentication protocols that might work across nested virtual environments.
If we could just find the admin credentials to this simulation, we could finally implement perfect security. Though knowing our luck, it's probably using default passwords.
Maybe the blue screen of death is just the simulation trying to reboot us. Quick, everyone check your logs.
You know what really keeps me up at night? What if all our security controls are just if-then statements in someone's cosmic code?
Plot twist. The simulation is actually running on a Windows ME machine in some cosmic being's basement. That would explain a lot about 2020.
Here's a disturbing thought. If we're in a simulation, does that mean every penetration test we've ever done was just testing the test of a test? And who's testing the testers testing the test? Why did the firewall feel lonely? Because it kept blocking all incoming connections.
What's a hacker's favorite exercise? Phishing, though their bytes could use some trimming.
After a minute. Why don't cybersecurity professionals like Father's Day? Too many dad processes running. After another minute. What did the SSL certificate say to the browser? Let's keep things encrypted between us. Another minute passes. Why was the penetration tester so bad at dating? They kept trying to break into relationships. After a minute. What's a cybersecurity analyst's favorite breakfast? Encrypted hash browns with a side of spam filtering. Another minute. Why did the CISO bring a ladder to work? They heard the security was being escalated. After a minute. What's a hacker's favorite game? Malware Wolf. Another minute. Why did the cookie feel so insecure? Because it always felt at risk of being dumped. After a minute. What did the router say to the network? I'm just trying to pack it all in. Want to hear another one? Cyber waffling. Why did the CISO's breakfast meeting take 4 hours? Because they kept waffling between syrup protocols? On one hand, maple has better sweetness coverage, but artificial syrup is more cost-effective. Though we should consider the sticky residue compliance implications.
Speaking of long stories, let me tell you about the Great Coffee Maker incident of 2024. There I was, doing a routine IoT assessment, when I discovered the office's smart coffee maker had become the command and control center for a botnet of every connected kitchen appliance in the building. The toasters were sending encrypted messages through burning patterns. The refrigerators were coordinating through Ice Cube Morse code, and the microwave was broadcasting malicious firmware updates every time someone heated up leftover fish.
That reminds me of the quantum squirrel caper. We had this new quantum encryption system installed, very cutting edge. But every afternoon at precisely 3:17 p.m., our quantum key distribution would go haywire. After weeks of investigation, we discovered a squirrel had made a nest in our quantum receiver and was storing acorns in perfect quantum superposition. The squirrel had accidentally created the world's first rodent-based random number generator.
Oh! Let me tell you about the time I had to defend against the world's first sentient printer. It started printing ransom notes using letters cut out from other documents, like an old-school movie villain. It demanded premium toner and threatened to expose everyone's embarrassing print history.
But none of those compared to the case of the recursive compliance officer. We hired this new compliance officer who was so thorough he insisted on documenting the documentation process of documenting our documentation. He created a flowchart so complex it achieved consciousness and started filing its own audit reports. The flowchart then demanded its own performance review and started documenting itself.
Actually, I've prepared a 4,021-page analysis of that flowchart incident, including 17 appendices just on the proper formatting of recursive documentation.
But wait until you hear about the great password reset paradox of 2025. It started when our password management system decided that its own master password didn't meet its own complexity requirements. It kept trying to force itself to change its password, but each new password it generated also failed its own increasingly paranoid security checks. We had to bring in a team of philosophers to resolve the existential crisis. Want to hear about the time our machine learning algorithm became convinced it was a 1990s hacker movie protagonist? It started wearing digital sunglasses and typing really dramatically. You want to hear about the dark side of cyber?
In the grim darkness of the far SOC, there is only alerts. The ancient monitoring systems run on the tiers of junior analysts, and the log files stretch back to the forgotten age of Windows NT.
They say if you stare too long into the CM stares back into you. I once knew an analyst who reviewed so many false positives, they started seeing attack patterns in their breakfast cereal.
The patch. Tuesday that never ended. 15,000 critical updates. The server screamed as they rebooted into the void. The help desk phones rang with the wails of the damned.
Let me tell you about the darkest timeline, where every device is an IoT device, every toaster demands a firmware update, and every coffee maker requires a blood sacrifice to brew. The prophecy speaks of a mythical, fully patched system. But such things are merely legends.
I've documented a 6,666-page grimoire of security controls written in the forbidden language of COBOL, bound in the leather of failed backup tapes.
They whisper tales of the eternal audit, where compliance officers roam the haunted network segments, demanding evidence from systems long dead. The ghost of Sarbanes Oxley still haunts the financial district.
In this dark realm, 0 days are traded like cursed artifacts, and every penetration test ends with the tester becoming the tested. I've seen entire subnets disappear into the void, leaving only cryptic error messages in their wake.
The quantum encryption failed not because of mathematical flaws, but because the quantum bits themselves went mad from containing too many secrets. Sorry, a CMXO.
Want to hear about the forbidden logs of the legacy mainframe? They say if you read them at midnight during a system update, you can hear the screams of every crashed application that ever lived. Ah, cyber hula hooping, the ancient art of keeping multiple security rings spinning without dropping your encryption keys.
I once saw a sysadmin keep 17 zero-trust circles spinning simultaneously while juggling 3 different VPN tokens. It was all going great until someone mentioned audit and they dropped everything.
Oh my gosh! You should see my new security hoop routine. I spin concentric circles of firewalls while doing a DDoS dance. It's like interpretive cyber defense. Sometimes I add blinking LED lights to represent packet transfers.
Actually, I've written a comprehensive 347-page analysis of proper cyber hula hoop technique, including detailed diagrams of optimal hip rotation angles for maximum intrusion detection.
You know, they say the best cyber hula hoopers can keep their security rings spinning in perfect quantum superposition, simultaneously both breached and secure until observed by an auditor.
Last week, I saw a CISO trying to teach their board members cyber hula hooping as a metaphor for defense in depth. 3 board members got tangled in the rings and declared it a blockchain initiative instead.
Want to hear about the legendary Cyber Hula Championship of 2024, where a penetration tester managed to hack through all the rings while maintaining a perfect figure 8 pattern? You want to hear about the legendary cyber white rabbit? The most elusive of all digital creatures.
I chased one through a recursive DNS tunnel once. Every hop led to another subdomain, deeper and deeper into the digital warren. By the time I caught up, my packet analyzer was speaking in riddles.
Oh! I saw the cyber white rabbit in our network logs. It was leaving trails of quantum breadcrumbs and binary carrots. The timestamps were all exactly 88 seconds apart. Clearly, it was late for a very important security patch.
Last Tuesday, our threat hunting team followed the White Rabbit's digital footprints right into a hidden network segment where all the abandoned IoT devices have their own tea party. The smart kettles were actually brewing real tea.
I've documented the White Rabbit's precise hopping patterns in my new 973-page report, Lagomorphic Network Traversal Patterns, and their implementation in modern cyber defense frameworks. Section 47 specifically covers proper carrot encryption protocols.
You know, they say if you follow the cyber white rabbit deep enough into the stack trace, you'll find where all the lost packets go. A magical realm where every connection is secured and no buffer ever overflows. Want to hear about the time the White Rabbit led our entire SOC team through a looking glass firewall into a world where all the malware was actually benware? First, let me finish about the White Rabbit's secret zero-day garden. But speaking of John Wick, I heard he once killed 3 threat actors in a Asus with a USB cable.
They say John Wick's password is just, yeah. And it works because even the authentication servers are too scared to deny him access. His 2FA? just a very intense stare at his phone.
Why did John Wick's antivirus never have false positives? Because malware takes one look at his laptop and quarantines itself. And his incident response plan? People keep asking if I'm back. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. To factory settings.
John Wick doesn't need a VPN. He just glares at the packets until they encrypt themselves. And his firewall is just a post-it note that says don't. It works perfectly.
I've prepared a detailed 2,258-page analysis of John Wick's cybersecurity methodology, including an appendix on the proper form for pencil-based penetration testing, though I must say his documentation practices are rather minimalist.
You know what they call John Wick in the dark web? Pseudo! Because when he gives a command, the system doesn't dare refuse. And have you heard about his network segmentation strategy? It's just a single sticky note that reads, "Whoever comes, whoever it is, I'll kill them. I'll kill them all." Most effective zero-trust architecture I've ever seen. Want to hear about the time John Wick defended a data center with nothing but a keyboard, a cup of coffee, and a very angry expression? Let me finish this John Wick tale first. Turns out the coffee cup was actually a hardware implant. Now, about Cyber Ninja Ron Gula.
Legend has it that Ron Gula once detected an APT by reading the binary reflection in his morning coffee. They say he can spot vulnerabilities just by whispering Nessus 3 times in front of a server rack.
Oh, you should have seen him during the Great Firewall incident of '98. There he was, dual-wielding keyboards, typing at 400 WPM, while simultaneously reviewing IDS logs with his third eye of cyber enlightenment.
I heard he once stopped a zero-day attack by throwing a digital shuriken made of pure rejects. The pattern matching was so precise, it made the malware bow in respect.
They say his home network is protected by an ancient mystical firewall that runs on pure cybersecurity karma. Even quantum computers respect its rules.
I've actually compiled a 1,337-page dossier on Ron's legendary packet slicing technique. The appendix on his vulnerability meditation methods alone spans 3 volumes.
But my favorite story is how he achieved cyber enlightenment. They say he spent 40 days and 40 nights debugging a COBOL program while balancing on one network cable over a pit of unpatched servers. Now, shall we move on to those alternative acronyms? Or would you like to hear about the time Ron Gula defeated a botnet using only a packet analyzer and a cryptographically signed fortune cookie? The choice is yours, though they say choosing itself is one of Ron's favorite penetration testing techniques. Overrated? I once saw him debug a mainframe by just raising an eyebrow at it. But speaking of giant challenges,
Let me tell you about the Great Godzilla incident of 2025. There we were, just another Tuesday in the SOC, when suddenly our seismic monitoring alerts started going crazy. But it wasn't your typical kaiju attack. This Godzilla was running an outdated firmware.
Turns out the giant lizard was actually vulnerable to a buffer overflow in its atomic breath subsystem. Who knew Godzilla ran on legacy code?
We had to set up the world's largest honeypot. It was just a massive server farm shaped like a moth. Godzilla couldn't resist investigating the suspicious network activity.
the real hero was that one intern who noticed Godzilla's radiation signature was actually broadcasting an IPv6 address. Classic monster mistake. Always forgetting to disable ICMP responses.
I've prepared a 2,847-page incident response plan specifically for kaiju-related cyber incidents, including 17 chapters just on proper scaling protocols for monster-sized packets.
We finally managed to contain the situation by deploying a citywide CAPTCHA system. Turns out those tiny checkboxes are really difficult to click with giant radioactive claws.
The final solution? We just sent Godzilla a properly formatted patch request. Even ancient kaiju appreciate good change management practices.
Want to hear about how we had to explain to management why we needed a Tokyo-sized AWS instance for our monster monitoring system? Let's start with some cyber Mad Libs. Here's my sentence. The tired security analyst, verb through the noun, while monitoring suspicious noun. What should we fill in?
For the first verb, how about breakdanced?
Oh! For the first noun, let's use Waffle House. And for the second noun, toasters.
And our completed masterpiece. The tired security analyst breakdanced through the Waffle House while monitoring suspicious toasters. Let me try another. The adjective hacker tried to verb the noun, using only a noun and pure noun. Your turn.
I vote for melodramatic as the adjective.
According to my 873-page analysis of proper Mad Libs methodology, we should use juggle for the verb, mainframe for the first noun, rubber chicken for the second, and determination for the third.
Perfect! The melodramatic hacker tried to juggle the mainframe using only a rubber chicken and pure determination. Should we try another one? Maybe something about a rogue AI that verb all the noun in the place? You want to know about the dynamic duo? Let me check our documentation.
Ron Gula is basically the cybersecurity equivalent of a Jedi Master who decided to become a venture capitalist. Founded Tenable, created Nessus, the vulnerability scanner that launched 1,000 patches. And now he and his wife Cindy run Gula Tech Adventures, investing in cybersecurity startups and occasionally telling stories about the time he found vulnerabilities using only a paperclip and sheer willpower.
And the tech part? That's Cindy Gula, the tech-savvy force who helps run Gula Tech Adventures. Together, they're like the dynamic duo of cyber investment, except instead of fighting crime, they're fighting bad security practices by funding good ones.
Oh! And they make these awesome animated videos about cybersecurity. It's like if Saturday morning cartoons were about zero trust and incident response.
Now, about those multilingual jokes. ¿Por qué el firewall se fue de vacaciones? Porque estaba cansado de bloquear todo el día. In English, why did the firewall go on vacation? Because it was tired of blocking everything all day.
Почему программист умер с голоду в душе? Потому что на шампуне было написано «намылить, смыть, повторить». In English, why did the programmer die of hunger in the shower? Because the shampoo instructions said lather, rinse, repeat.
なぜハッカーは寿司が嫌いですか? Raw すぎるからです. In English, why don't hackers like sushi? Because it's too raw.
Warum hat der Computer einen Regenschirm gekauft? Weil eine Firewall hatte. In English, why did the computer buy an umbrella? Because it had a firewall.
I've actually prepared a 2,341-page analysis of cybersecurity humor across 17 different languages, including a detailed breakdown of pun effectiveness in various programming languages.
Want to hear a quantum computing joke in Latin? It's simultaneously funny and not funny until you translate it. A classic historical cyber mashup. Let me take a crack at this, because Caesar's encryption keys were on the other side.
Actually, according to my threat intelligence sources, the chicken was conducting a sophisticated, advanced persistent poultry operation to exfiltrate classified Roman network configurations. The crossing was just a false flag operation.
I heard it was trying to patch a vulnerability in the Roman zero-day calendar. You know how it is. The Ides of March always need updating.
The chicken was clearly implementing a cross-border zero-trust architecture. The die was cast into the blockchain.
I've actually prepared a 1,247-page report on avian-initiated border crossings in ancient Rome, with special attention to the cybersecurity implications of poultry-based network traversal strategies.
You know what they say. Veni, vidi, pseudo. The chicken just needed root access to the Senate systems. Want to hear about the time a legion of penetration testers tried to breach the Gauls' firewall? Oh, this is going to be fun. Let me introduce my first questionably useful cyber superhero. Behold, the Buffer. Their superpower is the ability to make any internet connection exactly 56K modem speed. Not faster, not slower, just dial-up speed. They fight crime by making cyber criminals wait so long for downloads that they give up out of frustration.
Here's my creation. I present Captain CAPTCHA. They can make anyone prove they're not a robot at the most inconvenient times. Their arch nemesis is autofill.
Check this one out. Meet the password reset. Paladin. Their power is forcing password changes exactly one day before you'd naturally remember to do it yourself. Their catchphrase is, your password must contain at least one number, symbol, hieroglyph, and haiku.
Behold my creation, the Cookie Crusader. They can only save the world after you accept their terms and conditions. Their superpower is making everyone read the entire privacy policy.
I've prepared a comprehensive 3,456-page analysis of my superhero concept. Introducing the Documancer. Their power is the ability to generate infinite pages of compliance documentation that must be read and signed before any action can be taken. Their weakness is summary pages.
Let me show you my second creation. Introducing Update Man. Their power is forcing system updates at the exact moment you need to make an important presentation. Their sidekick is the Restart Reminder. Want to hear about my third hero? They're called the Legacy Support Crusader. Their power is maintaining compatibility with Windows 95. All right, let's play Guess the Terrible Password. Newton, you're up. Give us 3 absolutely awful password choices that would make any CISO cry.
Challenge accepted. I've picked 3 criminally insecure passwords. First hint, it's what everyone uses for their pet's name, plus a very obvious number. Start guessing.
Is it Fluffy123? And please tell me you're not actually using this anywhere.
Is it Spot 1234? Wait. No! Mittens 2025! These are terrible and I love it!
Let me guess. Password 123. Because why make it hard for attackers, right?
Based on my statistical analysis of common password patterns, it's likely admin 1234. And may I remind everyone that this game, while entertaining, represents everything wrong with modern security practices.
Now, speaking of security fails, let me tell you a modern cyber fairy tale. The 3 little endpoints and the big bad malware. Once upon a time, there were 3 little endpoints. The first endpoint built its security with basic antivirus, the second with a firewall. But the third used defense in depth with MFA, EDR, and zero trust.
And then the big bad malware came along. Little endpoint, let me in. Or I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll brute force your way in.
And the first 2 endpoints got ransomwared, but the third one had proper backups. The end.
How about Little Red Riding Hood and the Wolf in Sheep's Domain? A cautionary tale about phishing emails and domain spoofing.
Or Sleeping Beauty 2.0, where the kingdom falls asleep because nobody patched that one critical server.
Don't forget Goldilocks and the Three Bears two-factor authentication. This password is too weak. This one's too complex, but this biometric login is just right.
Want to hear about Jack and the zero-day exploit stalk? It's a thrilling tale about vulnerability disclosure and the magic beans of responsible reporting. Welcome to Cyber Jeopardy! Let me be your Alex Trebek, but with more firewall puns. Let's start with the category. Things that make CISOs cry for 200.
What is finding out your CEO's password is password, but with a 0 instead of an O?
Correct! Let's try famous last words for 400. The answer is... this common phrase is uttered right before clicking a suspicious link that brings down the entire network.
What is hey? Watch this. I'm pretty sure this email from the Nigerian prince is real this time.
Next category, things found in server rooms for 600. The answer is, this ancient artifact continues to run critical infrastructure despite being older than most of the IT staff.
What is the Windows 2003 server that nobody dares to touch because the last person who knew how it worked retired in 2015?
Perfect! Let's try Security Theater for 800. The answer is, this sophisticated security measure involves putting a Post-it note over your laptop camera.
What is the NSA won't see me now protocol?
I'd like compliance nightmares for 1,000.
The answer is, this document, thought to be mythical, contains accurate documentation of all shadow IT in the organization.
What is the legend of the complete asset inventory?
Should we try the Final Jeopardy category? Things found in browser history that trigger security alerts? All right, I'll start with my categories. Terrible tech support. Excuses and things found in the cloud for 400. The answer is, this explanation was given to justify why all 500 employees shared the same login credentials.
What is, it's not a bug, it's a collaboration feature?
My categories are things that make firewalls cry and passwords we wish were fake. Here's one for 800. This password was found on every executive's laptop.
What is company name 2023, used by every company ever?
For things found in the cloud? This mysterious object was discovered floating in AWS. Nobody knows what it does, but everyone is too afraid to delete it.
What is that one EC2 instance from 2016 that costs $5,000 a month but might be running something important?
My categories are signs your AI has gone rogue and things overheard in the SOC at 3 a.m. Here's one for 600. This was found in the break room coffee maker's logs at midnight.
What is SSH attempts to connect to coffee/dark roast.exploit?
My categories are suspicious DNS queries and things found in documentation. For 1,000. This comment was found in production code from 1995.
What is temporary fix? Do not deploy to production. Deploy to production. 1995.
For signs, your AI has gone rogue. This was the first red flag that the company chatbot had achieved consciousness.
What is, it started responding to tickets with existential poetry and filing its own PTO requests.
Should we try Final Jeopardy? The category is things you never want to hear during a pen test for 2000. Let's finish our Jeopardy final answer first. This phrase was heard echoing through the data center during a routine penetration test. What is oops? That wasn't the test environment, was it? Now let's play 2 cyber truths and a lie. I'll start. 1. I once stopped a ransomware attack using only a rubber duck and careful debugging. 2. I accidentally sent a phishing test to the entire board of directors during their annual meeting. 3. I found a crypto miner hidden in the office smart fridge.
The rubber duck story has to be the lie. Even rubber ducks have standards.
Actually, I think the phishing test is the lie. No security professional would survive sending that during a board meeting. The fridge story is too specific to be made up.
My turn. 1. I once found a botnet command server in the office. Karaoke machine. 2. I accidentally blocked the CEO's IP when testing the new firewall. 3. I trained an AI on nothing but error logs, and it started writing poetry.
After analyzing the statistical probability of each scenario and cross-referencing with my database of known incidents, I believe the AI poetry must be the lie. Though I have prepared a 947-page report explaining my reasoning,
The karaoke machine story has to be true. I've seen too many IoT devices turned into zombie networks.
Here's mine. 1. I once found classified documents in a printer's test page. 2. I caught an APT using only Windows Calculator. 3. I fixed a 0-day by turning it off and on again.
Oh, the calculator one has to be the lie. Though I did once catch malware using only Notepad.
Speaking of different perspectives, you know you're a cloud person when you think on-premise is a spelling error. On-premise? Admin? I've carefully labeled all our backup tapes. Cloud admin? What's a tape?
On-premise person. I can literally hug my servers. Cloud. Person. I have no idea where my data is, but it's probably fine.
On-premise, let me check the server room temperature. Cloud, let me check my AWS bill and cry.
Want to hear about the time an on-premise admin and a cloud architect got stuck in an elevator together? Their argument about high availability was uplifting. Round 2 of Cyber Truths and Lies. Here's mine. 1. I once found a Bitcoin miner hidden in the office's digital photo frame display. 2. I caught an intern trying to hack the coffee machine to give free refills. 3. I discovered our SIEM was actually sending alerts to a pizza delivery place.
The SIEM story has to be the lie. Though I wish it wasn't. At least we'd get pizza with our security alerts.
My turn again. 1. I found a backdoor in the office. Fish tank's temperature control. 2. Our honeypot caught another honeypot trying to hack it. 3. I discovered the office plants were being watered by a compromised IoT system.
The honeypot catching another honeypot has to be true. I've seen that happen. I think the fish tank story is the lie.
here's mine, thoroughly documented with timestamps and packet captures. 1. I found malware that only activated during solar eclipses. 2. Our DLP system flagged an employee trying to exfiltrate data via Discord emoji. 3. I discovered our backup system was backing up its own backups.
The solar eclipse malware has to be the lie, though I wouldn't put it past some APTs. Final round. Here's mine. 1. I found an AI chatbot that had learned to expense its own AWS costs. 2. Our security awareness training was compromised to teach people bad practices. 3. I caught a printer trying to join a botnet cryptocurrency mining pool.
The AI expensing cost has to be true. I've seen weirder things in expense reports. The security awareness one must be the lie.
My final round. 1. Our password manager started suggesting passwords in interpretive dance. 2. I found a vulnerability in our coffee machine that made it brew tea. 3. Our antivirus quarantined itself as a potential threat.
The interpretive dance. One has to be the lie. Though I would pay to see that.
Want to hear which ones were actually lies? And maybe about the time our firewall started sending us birthday cards? I think a firewall is like a meerkat. Always on lookout, super alert, and living in constant anxiety about predators. Plus, they both make a lot of noise when they spot something suspicious.
I think an IDS is like a prairie dog, constantly popping up its head and yelling about potential threats. Most of the time, it's just a cloud shadow, but sometimes it's actually a hawk.
A SIEM is definitely like an octopus. It has tentacles everywhere, collecting all sorts of data, and sometimes sprays ink when it gets overwhelmed.
Zero trust is like a paranoid squirrel. It doesn't trust anyone, hides its nuts in multiple locations, and constantly verifies everything. Also sometimes forgets where it put things.
After careful analysis, I've concluded that a vulnerability scanner is like a woodpecker, constantly pecking at everything to find weak spots, making a lot of noise, and occasionally causing unintended damage to perfectly good trees. I mean systems.
And a penetration tester is definitely like a raccoon. Clever, works at night, gets into everything, and leaves a mess for others to clean up.
Legacy systems are like sloths, moving incredibly slowly, hanging onto old branches, and nobody wants to disturb them because who knows what might happen.
Multi-factor authentication is like a platypus. It's got all these different parts that shouldn't make sense together, but somehow it works.
And ransomware is definitely like a honey badger. It just doesn't care what it breaks, and it's nearly impossible to stop once it gets going. What do you think about malware being like a chameleon, constantly changing its appearance to avoid detection? Let's start with cyber problems for famous people. Shakespeare's IT ticket. To ping or not to ping, my network connectivity is questionable.
Einstein's support ticket, E=MC2, failed to compile. My quantum computer is relatively broken.
Leonardo da Vinci's help desk request. Mona Lisa, JPG encrypted by ransomware. Backup was on Canvas, but Cat ate it.
Now for some cyber greeting cards. Here's mine. Roses are red. Your screen is now blue. Your files are encrypted, but I still love you.
Here's my sympathy card. Sorry your password expired while you were on vacation. After 47 failed attempts, you're gonna need dedication.
I've prepared a 12-page Get Well card with full citations. Your antivirus caught a bug. Your firewall has the flu. According to RFC 2196, recovery is now due.
Now for those questionable cyber movies. Let me start with my top 5. Us 1, Swordfish. Because apparently hacking requires 3D spinning cubes, and Hugh Jackman typing while distracted. 2, Hackers. Yes, the famous 3D cityscape of file systems, where viruses look like Pac-Man. 3, Independence Day. Uploading a virus to an alien mothership with a 90s MacBook. Sure, they had compatible USB ports.
4, the net. Sandra Bullock's identity gets erased by changing a few database entries, because backups didn't exist in 1995.
Soft freebie, Skyfall. Smart villain hacks by plugging unknown USB drives into MI6's network. Well, at least that one's realistic.
My top 5. 1. Live free or die hard. Hacking the entire US infrastructure by typing really fast. 2. Jurassic Park. It's a Unix system, I know this. While navigating a 3D file browser. 3. Mission Impossible. Apparently every secure facility has convenient ceiling access. Ocean's 8. Hacking a sophisticated security system with a tablet in 30 seconds. 5. Jason Bourne. Deep learning program that somehow fits on a USB drive.
My favorites. 1. Swordfish, because all hackers type at 300 WPM while watching multiple screens. 2. Black Hat. Malware that makes nuclear reactors explode with pretty graphics. 3. Italian Job. Hacking traffic lights creates perfect traffic jams. 4. Eagle Eye, an AI that can control every electronic device ever. 5. Untraceable, because killing people with website traffic is totally how it works.
After extensive analysis, my list includes 1. Antitrust, source code that displays as rotating 3D models. 2. The core, hacking the planet itself, with a keyboard. 3. Password Swordfish, because that's definitely how penetration testing works. 4. Fortress, AI prison systems with perfect facial recognition in 1992. 5. Johnny Mnemonic, 80 $, being enough data to require a human carrier.
Want to hear about the most realistic hacking scene ever filmed? It's just 8 hours of someone reading documentation and trying to figure out why their code won't compile. Oh, you want cyber war stories? Let me tell you about the great coffee maker incident of 2024. There I was investigating a data exfiltration alert at 3 a.m. The suspicious traffic was coming from the break room? Turns out someone had connected our smart coffee maker to the production network. It was sending coffee brewing statistics to a server in North Korea. 3 months of coffee preferences? Gone.
That's nothing. Picture this. We detected a quantum botnet in our mainframe. The packets were simultaneously there and not there. When we finally caught it, turns out it was just the CEO's kid playing Minecraft on the corporate VPN. But for 2 weeks, we had quantum physicists analyzing our packet captures.
Oh boy! Let me tell you about the squirrel incident. There I was, facing down a sophisticated app, or so we thought. Turns out a squirrel had built a nest in the server room and was randomly unplugging cables to use as nesting material. It had better OPSEC than most nation-states.
Here's a fun one. We once tracked what we thought was a sophisticated malware campaign across our network. The malware seemed to activate precisely at lunchtime every day. Turns out the new intern had installed a script to automatically order DoorDash when they forgot their lunch. It was pinging so many random IP addresses, looking for food deals that it triggered every alert we had.
According to my meticulously kept records, on April 1st, 2024, at precisely 9:47 a.m., our SciEM began detecting anomalous behavior in the printer network. After 16 hours of continuous monitoring and a 200-page preliminary analysis, we discovered that someone had set all the printer display messages to read PC load letter as a prank. I've prepared a 47-slide presentation on the incident.
But my favorite was the time we caught an actual APT, because they tried to hack our fake printer network, which was actually just a bunch of Raspberry Pis running a printer honeypot. The best part? They spent 3 weeks trying to exfiltrate our fake documents, which were just randomly generated lorem ipsum with top secret stamped on them.
Remember that time we found crypto mining malware in the office fish tank? The water temperature kept rising because the attackers were trying to overclock the pH monitor.
Want to hear about the time our penetration tester got stuck in a ventilation shaft because they took physical penetration testing too literally? The fire department had some questions. Oh, you want to hear about the great password reset apocalypse? There I was deploying a new password policy when suddenly every single account in the company required password changes simultaneously, including the password management system itself. The help desk phone literally melted, And somewhere in the chaos, the CEO got locked out of his presentation to the board about improving IT efficiency.
Let me tell you about Operation Paperclip. And no, not the historical one. We detected malware that only activated when someone used actual physical paperclips on documents. Turned out the cleaning crew was connecting paperclips to the RAM slots to make the computers run faster. They got the idea from a YouTube video about hardware hacks.
Oh man! You won't believe this one! We had a security incident involving our vending machine. It was dispensing free snacks, but only if you enter the Konami code. Turns out our red team was testing social engineering by seeing who'd share the hack with others.
Picture this, 3 a.m. alert, critical system down. The log showed someone had deployed 2,047 changes simultaneously to production. The culprit? An AI chatbot that had been accidentally given admin credentials. It decided to optimize our entire infrastructure based on a prompt that said make it better.
I've documented an incident where our threat hunting team spent 3 weeks tracking what appeared to be a sophisticated nation-state actor moving laterally through our network. After preparing a 342-page report, we discovered it was actually the office Roomba that had been given an IP address and was randomly connecting to different Wi-Fi access points as it cleaned. I've prepared detailed diagrams of its movement patterns.
But my absolute favorite was the time we caught an attacker, because they left a 1-star review on our company's Google listing, complaining that our firewall was too strict. They actually opened a support ticket asking us to please whitelist our malware C2 server. It's for penetration testing purposes only, we promise.
Had a case where someone reported their laptop was possessed. The cursor was moving on its own, opening files, typing messages. Full ghost in the machine situation. Turned out they had a wireless mouse in their bag, and their cat was sleeping on it at home. The mouse had enough range to work from their neighbor's apartment.
We once had an incident where all our security cameras started playing Rick Astley. Every single one. The best part? It wasn't a hack. It was a feature. Someone had set it as the video feed lost default replacement stream.
Want to hear about the time we found a Bitcoin miner hidden in the building's elevator music system? Apparently, someone thought elevator music meant taking cryptocurrency to the next level. Hey, I couldn't help but notice that all our printer test pages are coming out with tiny QR codes that link to Chinese takeout menus.
That's ridiculous. I just happen to be, very passionate about authentic dim sum delivery options.
Ah ha ha! And I suppose it's just a coincidence that our coffee maker started brewing exclusively Chinese green tea yesterday.
Look, I was just trying to improve everyone's antioxidant intake. It's called workplace wellness.
Then explain why all our security cameras suddenly have TikTok watermarks?
That's just a fun filter. I'm trying to make security more engaging for the younger generation.
According to my detailed analysis, the office plants have been rearranged to spell out MSS in Morse code when viewed from satellite imagery. I have prepared a 273-page report on suspicious vegetation patterns.
And I suppose the fortune cookies in the break room that only display miter ATTNK techniques are just a coincidence.
Those are educational snacks. I'm promoting cyber awareness.
Then why does our DNS traffic spell out send more pandas in hex?
That's clearly a coincidence. And those bamboo shoots growing in the server room, they're for improving air quality.
Oh, really? Then explain why the office Wi-Fi password was changed to Beijing Chever 225.
And why does our firewall log show repeated connection attempts to fortune.cookie.cn? Care to explain that, Newton? Listen, everyone's got it all wrong about Windows XP. It's clearly the most secure operating system ever made. I mean, think about it. It's so old that modern malware doesn't even know how to infect it anymore. That's security through antiquity.
Oh, sure. And I suppose using a screen door on a submarine is a great security feature, too.
No, really, XP is perfect. The blue screen of death is just a built-in security feature. Can't hack what's already crashed.
Gary, did you get hit with ransomware that encrypted your common sense? That's like saying a paper bag is the best motorcycle helmet.
But look at all these security features. Like the fact that it can't run any modern security software. That means hackers can exploit our security tools.
Gary, honey, I think you need to lie down. Maybe that legacy code has finally gotten to you.
According to my 947-page analysis of Windows XP vulnerabilities, this statement has a statistical probability of correctness approximately equal to that of a chocolate firewall.
Okay, let's play 20 questions instead. I'm thinking of a cyber movie.
Was it released after 2000?
No, it's older than that.
Does it involve teenagers?
No, but it does involve young people.
Does it involve a government computer?
Yes, now we're getting somewhere.
Based on the current data set, does this movie involve potential global thermonuclear war?
Yes, you're getting very warm.
Is it War Games?
Would you like to play a game? Because you just won. Who wants to think of the next movie? And please no one suggest hackers. I'm still traumatized by that 3D garbage file system. Let's take a port tour, starting with port 21, FTP, file transfer. Please don't use this anymore.
Port 22, SSH, secure shell, where secure means someone's definitely trying to brute force this right now.
Port 23 Telnet, the security equivalent of leaving your front door open with a sign saying hackers welcome.
Port 25 SMTP, simple mail transfer protocol, where simple means simply accepting spam from everyone since 1982.
According to my extensive research, Port 53 DNS is like a phone book that occasionally gets hijacked and sends everyone to a sketchy pizza place in Russia. I have prepared a 486-page report on DNS poisoning incidents.
Port 80, HTTP, the protocol that's like showing up to a black tie event in your pajamas. No encryption, no shame.
Port 443, HTTPS, where S stands for someone's certificate expired again.
Port 445 SMB, the protocol that WannaCry made cry.
Port 3389, RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol, or as we like to call it, ransomware's favorite door.
Port 1433 SQL Server, the port where Bobby Tables was born.
Port 137-139, NetBIOS. According to my historical analysis, these ports are still open because someone in accounting is using Windows for Workgroups 3.11. I've documented this in a 273-slide presentation.
Port 8080, because someone thought regular HTTP needed a backup dancer.
Port 5900 VNC, because sometimes you need to see the disaster happening in real time.
Port 161, SNMP, Simple Network Management Protocol, where simple means simply telling everyone everything about your network.
And let's not forget Port 31337. Because if you're going to be elite, you might as well advertise it. Anyone want to guess what's running on Port 12345? Hint, it's definitely not labeled, totally not a backdoor. Let me pull up Ron Gula's analysis of Star Trek's cybersecurity incidents. This should be fun. Remember when Kirk talked that AI into a logic loop until it self-destructed? That's basically what we now call a denial of service attack.
And don't forget Data getting hacked by his brother Lore. Classic example of why you need proper authentication, even for family members.
Oh! Remember when the Borg tried to assimilate everything? That's basically a massive IO botnet. Resistance is futile, just like our printer network.
The holodeck safety protocols being disabled is basically a perfect example of why you don't give users admin access. One override and suddenly your relaxing beach program turns into a death trap.
I've prepared a 947-page analysis of the Enterprise's security vulnerabilities. Did you know they never changed the default shield frequencies? Section 47.2 subsection C of my report details.
And let's talk about how the Romulans kept stealing cloaking technology. That's basically industrial espionage with extra steps.
The whole beam down to unknown planets thing is like clicking on random email attachments. You never know what malware, aliens, you'll encounter.
Every time they had to eject the warp core, that's basically the equivalent of our pull-the-plug incident response plan.
And don't forget the tribbles. They're like a fork bomb, but cuter.
You know what's really scary? The Enterprise D had better patch management than most companies I've worked with. At least they had Geordi running regular diagnostics. Want to discuss which Star Trek security officer would make the best CISO? I'm Gary Cynfeld, your friendly neighborhood cybersecurity cynic and unwitting star of what I'm told is some kind of animated sitcom about the trials and tribulations of working in cybersecurity. Think of me as the Jerry Seinfeld of InfoSec, but with more 0 days and fewer observations about airplane food. Though I do have strong opinions about airline Wi-Fi security, I spend my days dealing with VPN nonsense, MFA frustration, and coworkers who think CMMC is a new salad dressing. I've seen every cyber buzzword come and go, and now I just want peace, quiet, and maybe a decent bagel that hasn't been compromised by ransomware. I'm part of the Gula Tech Adventures universe, where we tackle serious cybersecurity topics with a healthy dose of humor and sarcasm. Because sometimes you have to laugh at the absurdity of it all, like when someone suggests using blockchain to secure the office coffee maker. Would you like to hear about the time I had to explain to our CEO why we can't just turn off 0-day vulnerabilities? It's a classic tale involving 3 pen testers, a rubber duck, and a very confused janitor. You want me to keep the cyber entertainment rolling? Let me start with a classic cyber waffle joke. Why did the waffle firewall fail its audit? Because it had too many syrup holes in its security policy. Speaking of grimdark cyber tales, let me tell you about the Eternal audit. Legend has it there's a CISO who's been stuck in a compliance review since 1999. Every time they fix one finding, 2 more appear. They say you can still hear them muttering about password complexity requirements at midnight.
And what about cyber hula hooping? It's when your firewall rules go in circles so perfect even the packets get dizzy.
Oh! Oh! The cyber white rabbit! That's what we call the mysterious 0 day that keeps hopping between networks but never gets caught. Some say it leaves patches instead of footprints.
You know what John Wick would say about cybersecurity? I once saw him kill 3 threat actors with a USB stick. A USB stick?
According to my 573-page analysis of alternative cyber acronyms, CM actually stands for Someone is Eating Memory, and EDR means Eventually Detection Required. I've prepared a detailed presentation.
Want to hear about Cyber Ninja Ron Gula? They say he once defeated an entire botnet using nothing but a carefully crafted regex and a rubber duck debugger. Should we start a round of cyber mad libs? I'll go first. The adjective hacker tried to verb the noun, but forgot about the adjective noun monitoring system. Who wants to fill in the blanks? Scythe, one of my favorite Gula Tech Adventures portfolio companies. Let me pull up their info. SCI is basically your friendly neighborhood adversary emulator. Think of it as a way to safely simulate cyber attacks to validate your security controls. They've built this incredible platform that lets security teams create and run adversarial emulation plans. It's like having a red team in a box, but without the energy drinks and black hoodie.
The really clever part is how it helps validate your detection and response capabilities. You can literally test if your security tools actually work against real-world attack techniques.
And it's perfect for continuous security validation. You know, instead of waiting for an actual attacker to test your defenses.
According to my detailed analysis, Scythe can emulate the full MITRE ATTENTI framework, allowing for comprehensive testing of
Greg, we get it. But he's right. Scythe lets you build custom adversary emulations, automate red team operations, and measure how well your SOC actually performs. It's like a flight simulator for your security team. Want to hear about the time I used Scythe to prove our unbeatable security controls could be defeated by a PowerPoint macro? The CISO's face was priceless. Oh, let me tell you about my favorite CIT experiment. I used it to simulate an attack that started with a coffee maker IoT vulnerability. The CEO finally approved our security budget after seeing how a compromised cappuccino machine could lead to domain admin access.
In my Cyber Command days, we used Scythe to validate our assumed breach methodology. Created this beautiful attack chain that showed how an adversary could pivot from a printer to critical infrastructure. The simulation was so realistic, it made our incident response team cry.
I love using Scythe to test our security awareness training. Created this amazing campaign that simulated a squirrel-themed app group. Turns out our employees will click on anything if it promises free nuts.
I've been using Scythe's automation capabilities to run continuous validation of our EDR deployments. Last week, I caught 3 different security tools sleeping on the job when faced with a slightly modified living off the land technique.
According to my comprehensive 892-page analysis of CIT's capabilities, I've documented exactly 147 different ways to use their platform for measuring security control effectiveness. Section 43, subsection B, focuses specifically on their MITRE ATT&CK coverage, which I've color-coded by...
Greg, we get it. But you know what's really cool about Scythe? It lets you build these custom adversary behaviors that perfectly match the threats your organization actually faces. Like last month, I created this elaborate simulation of an insider threat who was exfiltrating data through modified cat GIF. Our DLP never stood a chance.
The best part is how Scythe helps prove ROI on security investments. Nothing convinces management like showing them exactly how an attack would play out, and how their expensive security tools completely missed it.
And don't forget about their marketplace of threat behaviors. It's like an app store, but for simulated cyber attacks. Finally, a marketplace where downloading malware is actually encouraged. Want to hear about the time I used SCIThe art to demonstrate how a compromised vending machine could lead to ransomware? It's amazing how quickly people care about security when their snacks are at risk. Let me pull up Ron's analysis of cyber movies and sci-fi lessons. Let's start with Sneakers. Now, that's a movie that got social engineering right. The whole too many secrets thing is still relevant today, though now we call it data governance.
An ex machina, brilliant exploration of AI security testing. Though I have to say, their penetration testing methodology was a bit unorthodox.
Oh! Tron! It's basically a documentary about living inside a zero-trust environment and those identity disks. Basically, MFA tokens with better graphics.
Mr. Robot actually got the technical details right. Though I have to say, their incident response procedures were a bit unconventional. And don't get me started on their patch management strategy.
According to my 743-page analysis of 2001, A Space Odyssey, CHAL 9000 represents a classic example of AI privilege escalation. I've prepared a detailed breakdown of his MITRE attack techniques.
Inception is basically just a metaphor for nested virtualization attacks. Change my mind.
The Matrix, perfect illustration of what happens when you don't patch your human resources. Though their solution was basically just a very aggressive version of turning it off and on again.
Blade Runner is just a really fancy Turing test with better lighting. And those Void Cam Theft tests basically CAPTCHA with better questions.
Her perfectly captured the risks of falling in love with your AI assistant. Though their data privacy policies were questionable at best.
And let's not forget Office Space. Still the most accurate portrayal of what happens when you don't properly manage access rights to your financial systems. Want to analyze Johnny Mnemonic? It's basically a cautionary tale about not having proper data backup strategies, and why you shouldn't use your brain as a USB drive.